Hello everyone, this is the first commentary in a long time. So I know you've been seeing a lot of my a lot of commentary videos that's been released one after the other rather recently. Sorry, that's my phone going off. It might be ding a lot today, but we'll leave it alone for the time being, or put it aside for the time being. But anyway, yeah, I don't remember the last time I've actually made one because after making all those commentary videos, I then listened and checked a lot, then doing the animation stuff, and so yeah. But anyway, so I just thought it could be really cool to explain to any of you about these the first group of animations. So as you can see, it's in fact I'll play it whilst I as I speak. Yeah, no volume. Cool. So yeah, so as you may have seen, it's called Haphazard Legion: A New Clan, Part 1 till 8 or 7. I've lost count. Yeah, quite a lot in this single story, and despite being continuous, it is grouped up in chapters. Such as this story. And so, yeah, just like my other animation commentaries, it's just going through them and how I've did certain things, my ideas, yeah, just the whole shebang. So I just thought it could be really cool to explain to all of you. And as I make each chapter, I would like to make additional ones of these because it would just be nice to explain the lot. But anyway, so I think we'll go right from the start. So. Um, I remember thinking, if I'm going to start this lengthy goal of mine to make a whole heap of stories, I just thought, what could be like a really um, like interesting first thing to see when you pop into this fictional universe? And I then thought of this idea, just as simple as a alien escape pod landed on Earth, and even that would yeah just a part of this the first frame like kind of says a lot because it shows that Earth won't be the same. There's Earth and aliens intertwining already, and also sets a bit of mystery for why did this 6-8 escape on land in the first place. These will be answers that will come about it eventually, that's for sure, but at this point it's just simply an introduction. And so yeah, I just thought it could be like a really cool starting idea. And as if any of you remember the first first couple of animated films, in this 8-bit style, which that too was called A New Clan and then the Scheme of Ozono, but that well they were from they were adapted more to like straight from the storybook and novels that I was making during the couple of years prior. But but yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is a total reboot, and it started from scratch, which I may have mentioned many times in my commentaries. A good portion of them, that's for sure. And but yeah, when let's play as I explained. But when making them, you could, so yeah, the first 8-bit set of films I've made, I might have mentioned it before, it's just Photoshop and layers just going in and out, and that's basically it. And then Clipchamp is used to alter the speed of each Photoshop sequence because whilst you can do that on Photoshop by shortening or quickening the frames, but Clipchamp I've found easier, and you can see depending how quick or slow things are, it's yeah been determined by my use of Clipchamp alongside adding the sound effects, yeah sound effects and even other effects as well, which I'll explain. So yeah, these are very budget-friendly films, really. It's just paying for Photoshop, and that's basically it. Because yeah, it's just easier that way. Maybe I might add like like get After Effects again to then do any additional bits and bobs. But from what I'm wanting to achieve, considering the budget I have to stick to, yeah, I think this is a rather good, for just a Photoshop only thing, because I know that animations can be produced on just Photoshop alone. Unlike After Effects, you have to have other files thrown in to actually make something. But with Photoshop, you can pretty much do both. Draw anything, place anything, move things about, and most importantly, you can still render straight to an MP4, because After Effects, if you try and do that, it results in a .mov file, and if you have encoder, then you can choose any other render format that way, and possibly even better ones than what Photoshop can do, because I don't think Photoshop can do 4K, and yeah, there is that option for Clipchamp, but that requires the premium feature, so 1080 just works just fine. And as you can see, I'll just still play, and I'm playing these bits again, but it's just create a bit of a visual. So whilst it doesn't look like it at the moment because it's a full-length video, but when you've been looking at my shorts, you can see how these films perfectly fit in the mobile format. And it's because when it came to creating those first few 8-bit films, the problems were is that they weren't very quick, and when I was just trying to explain exposition, it was ever so slow, and then when they're walking, it was so slow. But what actually retained my interest was watching some of the fight scenes, because when it went quicker, especially when Dion and he had a new name now, like Dion and Orpheum, when they fight each other, and how quick it was, I remember thinking, what, I like that. I was hooked on that bit, and I just thought, if I just do that many times over, then there we go. So yeah, it's nice and quick, nice and short, and even if there's a full film version of just this chapter, you can watch each scene individually, despite a couple of cuts, because when creating each because it's like a Photoshop file, like many of them, it goes about above 20 for each of them, which is quite a lot to animate each scene of. And granted, some Photoshop parts are far quicker than others, especially when the fight scenes take the longest because it requires the more poses, and a lot of the poses of the characters can be recycled as well, because I try and fit a balance between, because when you watch any 8-bit character in an NES game, for instance, a lot of the characters will maintain the same poses regardless, but when a situation calls for a more unique pose, that's where create even more additional poses for any of these characters. And there are some poses which it was kind of relevant for this battle. You'll see why later. And there are some other poses which can be put together into a selection of fight moves, which I've discovered a couple of times. But yeah, so we'll start the story analysis in a bit, but you'll see what the premise is. Just a load of shorter mobile films, and they've been doing slightly better. Like John Grant is just starting, and I just started with all of this, but it's definitely the most entertaining and the most rewarding kind of art form I've done, because those early 8-bit animations, like I said, are just too slow and not very interesting, and I just felt myself dragging. And then the 8-bit comic books that you might have seen the shorts of, they were fun, and even the storybook I did beforehand, but they too were just nobody wants to be reading or looking at single images. That's not always engaging, and because when you're a creator of your own story, of course you're going to have that tiny little bias of already being interested in what you're creating, but you have to get others on board to make the art form more worthwhile, and that has been yet another intention when making these films. So I think I'll be saying more abstract bits and bobs when it comes to the conclusion. But in the meantime, we'll yeah, let's make a start. So, like I said, first frame of the film, and you can I can't really get the pointer on this because of the play button there. It would have been easier if it was still, but no, it's a video format, so we're struggling. But very quickly, you can see how there's some clouds, around the sky, then the sea, and then you have like an edge of a beach kind of area, and how it mixes in with the greenery, and that we're gonna have a go actually. Yeah, just have to swap back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, clouds, sky, horizon. But yeah, I kind of like the yeah, because some settings you can create almost at random, and thanks to the kind of art form it is, it's yeah, it is like done quite. It's still like neat despite the randomness, and yeah, just seeing like all of these blocky textures is something like really they're doing about it. Yeah, because it just looks very rich, or it looks very old. Yeah, when looking at it, and then these some like stumpier trees as well. And over time, I've been keeping track of all of these locations. That I'll be. Hang on. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully, I managed to cut the audio out. But anyway, so we'll get back onto it so you can see what the setting is like. So we'll play, and then so I'll go back a smidgen because I want to get a good there. Yes, got it. Yeah. So yeah. So it's fun, definitely fun to see how to work things out despite the limitations. And in this case, I remember thinking, oh, I really like uh, or really wanting to create a like an effect to convince of a certain something. So, for instance, this fireball here, the skateboard falling from the sky. You can see how I think in this case it was it was drawn on top of it, but the paintbrush was then at a lower opacity. And oh yeah, for those who may or may not know, so because there are like YouTube tutorials where you can shrink the page size, therefore enabling you to create this pixelated effect. And so each time I draw, whether it's a setting which matches with the phone format or any other asset, is then put onto a normal size composition. And thankfully, my laptop's own screenshots manage enough HD to carry it over. And but yeah, so yeah, the escape pod would have been drawn first, and then paintbrush on a lower opacity, and then drawing those flames on top. And as you may have noticed, so the whole blue and green colour scheme is maintained, and there are other colours as well, like white and brown and beige. Just a couple of other natural colours to use. Even silver as well. That's there quite a lot. But orange I've added as part of the colour scheme as well. And you might see what you may think could be yellow, but it's more sort of like a yellowish green, like Shrek's skin colour. It's that I use as an extension of the green colour palette. So yeah, I still like to stick to those colours, but I've rebroadened it a little bit to help with the visuals out a little bit. But yeah, with adding orange back, it made me think about the elements, but I just thought, no, I want to keep them as they are. But anyway, so that's what the escape pod looks like, and I think because it's flashing up once, there's just no time to create a fire. Maybe I could have continued the fire once it lands, but no, that's fine. So yeah, it's created a what's it called? Like a crash, so you can see with all of the dirt. And that's the escape pod itself, just no straightforward design. And then I find a way to open it, and the dirt would have moved anyway. So because sometimes when you have to draw an asset on top of it, sometimes it can be tricky to keep in line. But in here, I kind of like the way the dirt shifts a little bit as this escape pod opens. And yeah, granted, I think an escape pod come from space, I think it would create more of a dome, but I think that's um, I guess I could have had the camera shot more further away, therefore create a bigger dome that could work. But I think I wanted to make everything a lot more easier when like a closer camera shot. So the pod opens all the way. So yeah, it's just like the front part that opens up, and despite being a dark blue void in there, you can definitely it's fair as a hole of some kind. And then there's pod here, and um, yeah, so pod you may have seen, well, not only in past media, but if you see my animation, which was first posted on the 7th of October, it's Pod's new design, and he's the new protagonist now. You know, definitely the primary lead, and he will also be the lead at a point where he'll get a lot of material on his own and a lot of screen time on his own, with Nicole being the secondary character who will be around him very often. Because whilst it's a team of 6 in the story, um, I've I just only had ideas for Pod and Nicole going forward. Well, yeah, the other 4 characters definitely will come back every now and again, with or without the others. But yeah, it's just because not all of these characters are needed in the story ideas I've got, so it's just that vary. But anyway, so yeah, that's Pod. He's lying down. He's escaped the thing, and you can see a couple of his orca features, such as the tail and his fin, and he has the trident as well. And then he right here he's just seen the Arctic, and now he's going to jump to pretty much make his way there. So with Pod heading to the Arctic area immediately, I think it's something I would like to expand upon, because it just looks like he's got out the escape pod and he's already going for the Arctic. And it could be down to familiarity. You know, he's probably come from a cold location, which is reasonable, because if he's an orca and he likes cold areas, then yeah, I can see that being like a trait to expand upon. Because as you'll see later on, in fact, I think the best indicator you've got is that there's a banner which I've made. I'll slap it on the screen if I can find the original picture of it. But there's a whole heap of creatures, which some actually one animal is a real animal that still exists, and it's a pointer, one of those dog breeds that we still have today. And there's a whole heap of alien creatures, some which do have animal inspirations towards them. Like, for instance, some of the godly characters I come up with, they have features of an elephant and a rhino. But I once thought this idea that a lot of their creature designs, like in our like the animals on planet Earth, they can share the features of a very with aliens sharing like traits of the Earth animals. So that's a long way to get around it. Um, and yeah, I just thought it's like a neat idea. You could say, or do like the creators of this universe don't have like a bigger imagination, but or did evolution itself in this universe not have a good imagination either? Um, but a lot of features we all share anyway, so why not expand on that or mix it around? Because in primary school or secondary school, maybe depending where you've gone to in school, we've all probably been given that task of make up any animal and it can like share features, and yeah, there you go. We can come up, any of us can come up with all sorts of creatures, whether it's coming from original or existing features. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about Pod heading to the Arctic. So, like I said, it's just a trait I like to expand upon. But yeah, I probably want to go for a call it area, because you never know, it could be the summer in. Um, yeah, I'll make it the UK. Yeah, why not? I like it. And you once again see another angle of the location, because that's something it's it's quite like subtle sometimes when you sometimes like angle like the locations around, but in my head it's me paying attention to what each location looks like regarding north, east, south and west, and because of how blocky it is, it's having it in that kind of way, like the north, east, south and west. So for instance, could have been north and now we're going east. Hang on, no, if this is the UK, then why is the Arctic plain sight unless it grew, or because I'm still wondering about whether to still carry over that Pangea idea from the latest one, from the previous story, to have Earth reform into Pangea to, make it planet Earth like more interesting in this universe. It looks like it could be heading in that direction, but at the same time, there's places in America which because Alaska is mostly snowy, I don't think Alaska will look like this. So um, Iceland, maybe. I don't think has places that look like this. So we'll go for the Pangea idea. That would account for the difference in locations. But when you like watch this, like granted, I kind of wish that this escape pod thing was a bit quicker. But you're immediately like, oh, we're cutting already, and he's off and moving already, and you can already see um, a tiny bit of the Arctic up there, even if it's small. Because I think there's a small downside where sometimes when you're trying to do like a faraway thing or what it looks like from afar, it can look a bit basic in its pixelation, but I can see enough of an inference. I can infer it well enough. And as you can see, the sea is not animated. I didn't want to. I think one reason is because with me having to alter the speed of a character movements, I feel like it would be very jarring um, to have any other elements to go on with it. Because, for instance, when I want to slow down or quicken specific bits and bobs in a single shot, you don't want me, for instance, to see waves to vary in speed like the characters do. So it's something I really that I can't really fit in there. But you don't want too much detail either, especially when I really like the way Pod splashes and then his fin is on show and the way he zooms up the water. It just draws your eye towards it, and it's just something really nice about it. Not to mention, I have like a thing about miniatures because the appeal to Lego is that it can literally like pick up and touch like these small little things, and there's just something so interesting about them. It's like when you watch like miniatures of trains or miniatures of houses, and you just like admire how like small it is, and it's that kind of feeling I want to like recreate. Because for instance, like just seeing Pod, he's right here, he's like the size of your finger, and then like off he goes and he goes smaller off in the distance, and yeah, it's just something like really interesting about the way you look at it, and even you can see like the camera being down and the way because thankfully size difference exists on Photoshop as well. You can definitely see the way it's like bigger at first and then goes along. And yeah, by the way, he did leap, and yeah, and just because it's pixelated doesn't mean that the principles shall be forgotten, because I can see there's what was it called? Like a pre-action before the action, because for instance, you can see how he stands, bends his knees quickly, and off he goes. And you can see that he's a quick swimmer as well. Alright, so this shot you might have seen in the first, like, I guess you could call it the first teaser animation, but it's an animation snippet which I wanted to involve in the story, which you'll see later on, and I do mean later on. So this is the base, I think I should have put the interior in first, but maybe that might have happened too many times. And there's Mike, he's continued over, from the reboot, and he's still the one who, I guess he can still be credited as the one that made the Legion, but for now he just runs, just this base, and with his servicemen, which you'll see later on. So yeah, that's the base itself. We'll explore more of it later. But one thing for sure is that there's the screen, and then there's the window, and the screen is showcasing a potential threat, and so it just shows that this base is already on board with tracking anything obscure. Oh wait, hang on, that's that's the proper world map. So is that looking back at what thingy? What am I trying to say? Is this a Pangea world? Was being nostalgic of what it used to look like, but at the same time, if it landed in, I don't know, maybe Scotland here, then the Arctic is almost opposite here. Shall we just say that the Arctic like expanded again, like overly expanded? That's why I can see it from Scotland and onwards. Because I like Scotland a lot. I visited it, so we could see. It's quite mountainous too, so I don't see why not. But anyway, so yeah, seeing Mike, he's just making his way, and sorry, it's a bit too far. This room. This room will be filled with other characters as well, so I don't want to overly fill it because you might have seen from previous 8-bit creations of mine where the settings are too detailed, therefore it's hard to like see the characters. And there are like ways of doing it, for instance, lightening or darkening the setting can help the characters pop out a bit more, but I think this rooms like these shall remain plain just for benefit. At least this one is a bit more bolder, and it's just like going through here, and you can it's like a corridor. I'm aiming to make some kind of building map, or at least just seeing how each room is like, because films sometimes make an effort to show where everything is and how it's all connected, but it's an alright start, just going from there, going through the corridor, then here's the lift. The lift I like, it's nice and simple, it's just shifting the block, so there you go. So he's presumably, he's pretty much gone downwards, you'll see why. And this is the new serviceman design. So if I'll slap another image on, so I once made one final design of what the serviceman looked like, although as I will also share, the serviceman then had a far more simplistic design in the storybooks, to which the former definitely looks better because it definitely looks more military and more adaptable, and you can see like all of their shin pads, and they look like a really cool soldier. And then but in the storybook it just looks like a more fitted hazmat suit. I like the visor, I suppose, but I just can't believe how black in detail those storybooks were. But anyway, those are updated. We're on to the new now. So this is pretty much like the prep area, or where servicemen get ready before the battle, and you can see what they mainly look like. And I really like the use of the uniform. I remember just like scrambling around the colours, being like, oh, how do I fit around this? And you can just about see how the helmet like connects to the top part, and there's like other parts too, like gloves and boots and that. Because when you're creating, because this is the normal human portion or main body physique or main human physique in this universe. So it's making sure there's not too much detail, but I think this is definitely like the right balance. It definitely looks armored and military, looks layered, not too complicated, and a good colour scheme as well, because I have to be really selective the colours as well. And there's a couple of servicemen there that also don't have their helmets on. It's just to show that it's people, like a variety of people that wear these servicemen suits. And these are cars as well. And I remember really struggling with cars, but thanks to research, I've been rather impressed. The side is definitely the best part, because the front and back do look sadly a bit simpler, but I'm so happy with how they look. They're quite big cars as well, and the tyres look decent too. But anyway, so Mike's down here, and he's like, we've got a mission, and then off they go. So once again, it's just it's not just size difference over time as you play the Photoshop composition, but you can see how the opacity decreases. Just really selling that effect of going through a tunnel. It's rather cool. The opening, I couldn't really do much else because of how small the land is, and not to mention, I think the Arctic now looks like this because maybe it's further away, but it's bigger. Um, I'm not sure, but that's it just goes to show, like, wonder. I don't think this and where Pod is at is too far. But if this is two different angles, then was it like like a bit of Arctic land and then Pod then moved up here? I'm not sure. But not to mention, this is me attempting to add a sun. Yeah, we can see it's the orange. I'm not too keen on it, but I can always expand on it, work on it. But anyway, so off they go, all of the cars, and they all go onto this boat. And this is meant to be more of a cliff top because you can see it's grey below the land. And you can see the clouds, like I mentioned, the Arctic. The ship I really like. Yeah, you can see how the cars can hop onto. Yeah, it's in line with the land. Cars can hop onto the boat, and the boat driver, I suppose, we'll say for the time being. Now we can move forward. I thought there was 4, but if there's 3 cars, might be more. Probably not now because the shift's just left, and there's a quick ship as well. Anyway, so here's Pod, and there's like a couple of quick actions such as, yeah, like a small fin of him, and he's climbing up, and then off he is. A bit too far when he climbs up, but never mind. But yeah, I quite like the look of the Arctic here as well. It's yeah, it's just whether it's frozen water or dips, and then some amount of ice. Yeah, it looks rather nice. And then the Pod sees what's up, and you can see their ship coming further. I feel like the tower of that ship should be a bit taller and thinner. At least I can see the front of the car, or at least one of them, and there are bits of ice he's having to dodge. And even the if it's Pod's point of view, then maybe it's just other bits of ice in front, unless maybe it's just like a bit more of ice. I just feel like that front bit of the ice should be a bit smaller. Or have Pod in the shop, perhaps. Never mind. But anyway, so Pod's trying to escape. He's already being chased after because at this point he's just landed. He's trying to find somewhere to settle, and now he's getting to track down. And yeah, there's definitely something about this which I like to expand upon in other stories, which is possible. So yeah, I'll do that whenever. But anyway, so this begins a fight scene. So this is it's still in the Arctic, and then there's a car shot a missile, and I remember missiles being tricky to design as well, and also to make sure they all vary as well. To which so far there's those and the Aussies missiles and Orphean's missiles, or just like the general one, Nitro missiles. But I really like the design of this one here. You can just see little bits like the top and ends and the main body. Yeah, just like a very sleek look. And as it's only the side of the car, you can definitely infer that the missile shoots like in between the headlights somewhere. But it fires, and then that creates this explosion on the edge, which makes Pod throw forward. But then he quickly, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just go from the start. So missile fires, he jumps, and then he quickly stands up to then start breaking the ice. And you can see how he, oh yeah, he looks like he's holding the handle, and you can see the top of him there, and he like starts to crack the ice there. It's very satisfying, and then that crack causes that car to fall over. The boat is there, so it's definitely parked. We know that the cars are now coming on land. So this car's having to stop, and these servicemen decide to fire, and these servicemen I think have the bigger guns as well, which I quite like about them, considering that they niche about later on have like smaller guns. But after they fire, and then they fire blue lasers, which is different compared to the kind of lasers that other characters will be shooting. So yeah, that's the colour. And as I mentioned before, that I think I've always had humans shoot blue because it's almost like the colour of laser, considering the the 4 elements I came up with in the story, and yeah, I think it's just like a type of, although now it's more like a type of lightning, because in the original like novel and the comics, and I guess we'll count for the storybooks as well, there were quite a large amount of abilities you can get from just having one of those elements, but now I've significantly shrunken it to a point where once Iron 4 has all 4 elements, he'll just have like 20 abilities, and it could even go down depending how the story goes. But I'm so happy to stick with the 4 of them. It's yeah, I just still like the way that is. But anyway, so the cracks of the floor are still maintained, and Pod's getting ready to go. He's manipulated more ice, which blocked over those lasers, which you will see. Oh, there's even the top of the car as well. That I kind of like, the boot and the top. So you can see both windows, and it's kind of accurate too. The car design, yeah, quite like that. And you can see why the front of the car isn't like the most pleasing. Not to mention, how come? Should it be? I think these tyres should be a bit thinner. I might improve that next time. I like the little exhaust I put on the top there. Anyway, so we now know that Pod can manipulate ice. Hang on. Yeah, so once again, see if I can get rid of that noise. Yeah, because I have the house to myself once, and never mind. Anyway, so I was talking about Pod have established to have ice powers, and yeah, and I guess it is just as simple as using the trident. And one thing I've tried to be careful of is that throughout this story, other than maybe a couple of bits in the Orpheum fight in the blast animation, which I'm still working on because I have a couple of other power ideas for Pod, it's mainly just been iced, and I could. No, I like using the other abilities too, because Pod is meant to almost be like the representation of Vibra, which is the fire, ice, and water element, or like temperature is powers essentially. And but yeah, whether it's manipulation or just manipulating the ice in the Arctic, um, or just forming the ice itself. I do like the way it forms and grows, and not to mention the bit of reflectivity in that as well. Just to emphasize more of the ice look. And yeah, you can see how it was like thick enough to withstand those lasers, and they like disperse once they hit the surface. And so if going back again, so and then it looks like another one is formed as like continuation, and that too flies the car across. Yeah, like that. And then that's where the servicemen come about with these grappling hooks, which were a highlight with some people when showing this. Can I just see how far the car flies? Yeah, that's quite convincing. I quite like that. And yeah, so here's servicemen, and they have these bigger guns. It's so big that they have to crouch down. So that's like a kind of detail I like. I quite look forward to expanding the servicemen because in my head, I really like superpowered single entities, which we get in a lot of superior media, etc. But at the same time, there's media like Call of Duty where essentially a lot of the soldiers or characters have a lot of the shared abilities, and that's the fun I can have with the servicemen, because I've been planning on what kind of abilities they can have, and it's more towards the tech side of things, because as I might have mentioned in previous commentaries, Earth is the one with tech. Well, granted, there's the Nitrobots, which have been well, there's one more robot idea I have thought of, but at the time being, the Nitrobots have been the only galactic evil that possesses the technology, whilst everything else is supernatural. But Earth primarily has the technology, and I think between Earth and Pietra, which is the alien planet, which you'll see later on. Yeah, Pietra. It does mean something. Let me just type it in. CPI. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering, yes, that is a planet name which I continued from the former guide, because when I was creating the original guide, with the 30 planets, but this time for the time being it's just Earth, that, and there is a moon I've introduced, but yeah, I just don't want to be too broad with the planets. But anyway, Pietra translates to stone, if translating it, and yeah, I kind of like that, because if Earth means dirt, then for Pietra to mean stone, that's there's something about that which I quite really like. But yeah, it's just more like a simpler conflict between two planets, or an eventual conflict between planets. The niche bots would need to come from somewhere. What I have thought about other niche ideas, it's just creating this first singular, simple story first, and then expanding on it. And yeah, because not to mention, if these full film comes back, I don't want to make it too long. Because if trying to have a look at the time code right now, yeah, 4 minutes, but it will be 5-ish once the final battle has been added. Yeah, last clip. Okay, and then servicemen and the things. So to animate these grappling hooks, it's just having the grappling hook go forward, but it's adding these lines in between to look like the grappling hook's extending. I like the way the lasers move as well. That's been a nice thing as well, because even if this is not like normal animation where let's see, because you normally have 2D is drawing it, 3D you let it carry over, but depending on its speed. But in this pixelated way, it's seeing how far each thing should be, and then seeing if that does match the speed. And in this case, yeah, the lasers and even the grappling hooks are at a reasonable speed. And then, as we saw, there was another serviceman that was there as well. And the angle is a bit odd because there were 2 servicemen in front and one over on the left, but maybe one of them quickly moved over. I can see that happening, and yeah, once again, I managed to do well to maintain continuity. That those cracks in the ice is still about, and yeah, this is another angle. The gun probably should look bigger because it looked like it's still the normal rifle they use, and also dropping the trident, which is not carried over. Oh gosh, there was one other moment where I forgot to acknowledge them for things lying around. I think I can at least account for the following, or at least make sense of it if objects can disappear in their own way, but not the trident. No, maybe it's like fell down that gap and they were like, oh, let's just retrieve it for research. I can see that happening, and I can always answer that question with like a subsequent clip or somewhat. Yeah. Even the grappling, yeah, I can buy it. It's I don't think there's been like a change in the way that. Oh wait, no, hang on. So the grapple, like they're pointing downwards, but the point upwards when actually catching something. That's actually rather good. And so yeah, so the servicemen can so they have like tools to counter these alien beings. Because would Pod be the first alien visitor? I think um, I'm going to say yes for now, because I think any other history I can think of will either be like hidden from the human eye, or a lot of this history will take place on the alien planet. Because I want Earth to be like run along as normal, but in the far future, that's where we get involved with aliens. But yeah, I think these grappling hooks could be for like a wide range of purposes because they're extremely useful. But in here, they happen to be like a good tool against this creature. To which, it's definitely like varying the abilities, and you never know, the servicemen will have far more powerful tools at their disposal, because the whole thing with the servicemen possessing Nitro, then becoming a bit more of a powerful race, that's definitely an idea from the original book 4, which I really liked. Although unlike that Pentology, because the Nitro was there from the start and was somehow pending in book 2 and 3, and then they were like, okay, let's just full on use it now, like repurpose it. It was just something about that which I wasn't so keen on, but I still like to do those ideas from the pentology first, at least some of them, and of course not fast tracking, but at least quickening parts that make a bit more sense. Like for instance, them having more possession in intro. Anyway, so this is the first clip or the first scene, and yeah, there's that slow zoom that was done on Clipchamp to emphasize, it's like definitely stuck in that way. And then yeah, this is Pietra, and so we haven't seen what Earth looks like in this manner, but you can see here. And whilst there was an attempt to add stars, I think they're going to do it select times, because when I try and do stars, especially in the first 8-bit animation I've done, the original new clan film, we could say, the stars were like too simplistic, and I couldn't really, because sometimes very often in space you have other planets and the nice streak of stars like going across, just like northern lights in space essentially. I didn't really know how to do that, and so right here you can just simply infer this planet is in space, and it is like somewhat similar to Earth, with although the land's a bit more odd and varied, but there's like a togetherness to it. This is a large lake as well, so yeah, it's emphasizing some differences, but regardless, so it's zooming towards the planet, and then this is one of its locations. And there is like wider shots which help showcase what more of this land is like, and this is just simply one of them. And there's also differences as well. For instance, I made the sky orange, which I thought could be like a really cool way to make the differences between the planet. And not to mention trees having blue leaves, which is inspired by my flip-flop animation, which I'll show a quick snippet of if I remember. And so yeah, I just really like the yellow trucks, the blue leaves. It just strangely worked for me when I rewatched that film and when making the design of it. So I just thought, yeah, I think it would be really cool to have these, blue leaves. And these are meant to be like a collection of tall trees, with the light ones being more in the forefront. But yeah, it's just a kind of layering which works okay, because there's enough boldness to it to make the character stand out. And this is a alien fruit of some kind. I haven't given a name for it yet, but I better do, because as the creator of my creation, you do need to give name to things. For now, I'll call it the majestic fruit. No, a far better name, but we'll call it that for now. No, just simply call it a fruit. And but yeah, thanks to there we go. So yeah, these are the green apes. You would have seen them at the very first page of book 3, and there were thing in book 5, like the novel version at one point. But yeah, I still remember the original design. If I've still got it somewhere, yeah, these green apes originally had magenta fur. I just remember thinking, Scully Scheme won't work with this new version at the time a couple of years ago, but I still really liked the design. So there you go, I carried it over. And whilst I thought the green apes would have had bigger eyes, but I think I preferred this kind of look, just a single one dot, which a lot of the characters have. And I really like the shape. You can definitely tell it's like, what goes on all 4 legs, but the arms longer, just simply crawling. Yeah, it's just something about that which I really like. And like every other version of this creature, sorry about that, it decided to cut off on its own. Hopefully the volume's down. There it is. Green apes, let's go back to them. And I know the name's a bit generic, but that's like a generic name I still kind of like, because I still made an effort to give all my creatures all sorts of names, but just calling these the green apes, it has a simplicity which I really like for them. But as I was saying, these have sonic powers, you could say. When the characters have the high-pitched screams, it's essentially that. And it looks like they use this to gather the fruit, which is a fun idea. And because I'm still at a pending stage with how this world works, but one thing for sure is that I like a lot of these alien races to have their own locations, and there will be other locations where they would mix, and there's some that are normal residents, others have abilities, and yeah, the green apes definitely fit in a couple of these categories, because I think these are going to be definitely like one of the creatures that is going to be higher up these trees, and possibly the only ones that can access this fruit. So yeah, that's the way like adaptation kind of works, and especially when they can adapt it to climb as well. So yeah, the fruit. Oh, what? Did it? Oh no! Oh, forget you saw that. Maybe the fruit flies on its own for a bit. Sorry about that. It's when it goes quickly. Oh, I didn't see that. It's that's just that minor downside because of everything's been so bitty. It's being careful that everything's in line and there's no overlapping in that. Do you remember how that was like a big thing, or like a massive pet peeve in those first two animations? I guess that's an advantage of making these clips quicker so it doesn't point out, because I feel like I'm going to forget that error. Because on the good side of things, the fruit drops, he collects it, and he does a tiny little crouch on. Was he standing on exactly? Maybe because sometimes trees can have like a round bulge which you can stand on and sit on, because I used to climb loads of trees when I was a kid, so can't aim for it to be that, but maybe I could have made it better by having another arm like cling on to the tree. But regardless, he collects the fruit and he jumps with it, and it's more like stuck to him rather than actively carrying it. It might have it on its back. That's something that I think I was contemplating. Maybe the fruit sticks to his fur. That could be another idea. I'll just have to make it consistent and a bit more blatant though. But yeah, I like this little leap. Because you do sometimes feel the weight. It looks slightly light, but never mind. So yeah, the fruit looks like we're stuck on his back, and this is the ground. And even if there are tree-based creatures, I reckon that they do like to use the land in some ways, such as using this rock to gather the fruit where other green apes are gathering. So we'll go from there again. So yeah, your lands drop off the fruit, and once again I can see more of their blade trees and some gaps to see the sky. And then the green apes, because some alien races may vary in features, but a lot of them will be very similar regardless. So yeah, anyway, so we'll go. There you go. So after dropping off the fruit, the seed, that something's up, and then that's where a ship comes by, and it definitely like pops out as something. It looks quite artificial because these aren't like the most natural looking colours. So I really like that contrast, and not to mention this is a slightly bigger shot of this area where you can see the sky on top, and then this is probably a mountain that has more of these trees. Yeah, once again the layering's okay actually. No, I think so anyway, because I've shown times where settings look too basic or too overly detailed, but I think this is me liking to be having a good grasp. Anyway, so a ship comes by, Snitchbots land, and you would see them from the first clip I posted on the 7th of October, and yeah, they are dropped, and they quickly really get up to get ready to battle, and yeah, you can see how they're like tucked in, and then they transform into these bodies. And yeah, and I really like. Did I? Oh yeah, they can maintain the same physique as like the original animation, but they have had a design change. And whilst the Orpheans is still similar, but they all share the green eyes, and the color schemes is similar-ish. And because you can see how there's like similarities between Orphean and Dios, and yeah, I know Dios used to be Dion, but I wanted to change the name because just go for a more robot name. But yeah, this is essentially how I'll be making any skeleton creatures. Just very like thin, and yeah, I just really like the look of it. It definitely has like a robotic look, just nice and straightforward, and simpler looking guns as well. But yeah, because yeah, Dios has like the bolder head, and Orpheum maintains a lot of the greys and those like greenish greys as well. So you can see how the Nitrobots look a bit more coherent. There is Zemion. I don't quite remember how I will design him, or if there was another one. Um, um, but yeah, I'll make sure they're all look similar enough, whilst looking like they're part of the same race. So far, the Nitrobots are the ones that have the most variation in their design, and I guess they will vary the most because they're more of an artificial race with different and specific functions. But anyway, and so as you can see from this first frame alone, yeah, these yeah, they will be pretty much feeling threatened, and so off they go. Because yeah, because even a point of this alien planet is that with a much variation in the race, they're essentially like creatures, some more smarter than others, and they still run. They do things like animals do, collect food, defend their area, and yeah, it's definitely a case here because these Nitrobots are most likely new, and but yeah, once they landed with their weapons, they all combine to create a much bigger wave, which shatters them. And I think I saw a small flicker, but never mind. But anyway, this is also like a hint of like a more collaborative base ability, which will be really exciting to explore as things goes on. But other than this, like other ideas for this race, and definitely the Titrons are bringing them back as like the definitive grouply type of alien with their abilities. I don't really know who else what other ideas when grouping other aliens together, but I'll cross that road when I get there because I do have other ideas for um, for other stories, especially the next ones, because there's a like a resident alien resident race which I'll definitely like to put a bit of focus on. And not to mention, you can see how the Nitrobots, once they're down, lose the green, which I did this in the previous 8-bit films, but you like to carry it over here, and it's not the most, I would say, it's not the most convincing like shattering, because the bits do shift a bit. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, a bit flickery, but that's fine. I still really like the effect, and not to mention their eyes glow as well. Yeah, they're all crouched down, and yeah, their eyes share the same colour as the screen. That's an effect I like to have a go with a bit more with all of these creatures, because you can see how the green ape earlier, one of them, his eyes didn't glow because of fruit, but you never know when they're more grouply, more defensive, then or maybe it's like a amping up the power. It's something I like to be a bit more consistent with, because sometimes when you do like starting points of a story, you do make up these things, and you're like, okay, I've spotted them. Now let's make sure they are carried over in a convincing way. So with these Nitrobots out of the way, they're pretty much a distraction at this point because that just happened. So one of them just got fired at by the side, and he's off, and the green ape's like, wait, what was that? And yeah, let's address another minor weakness of this art form, lack of emotions. They can definitely be shown off in various ways. I've done it accurately a couple of times before, but in this case, it's yeah, they just look like they're just looking, but they would be a bit spooked because they did turn rather soon, like and also if I can get back a bit, you'll see or just like the Nitrobot one. Just go back again. Out there, yes. Yeah, once again, sharing the same shape as a missile, but you can see this one's a bit chunkier. I think I like the Surface one better because the way it like rounds up and how pointy it is, but I still like the chunkier look of the missile, because chunky missiles do exist. And oh yeah, now the green apes are in front of this rock of fruit, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, they'll be in the following animation, that's for sure. Good to see more of them. They gets put aside, and not to mention, as you can see, a lot of these characters are, you get to see what they look like in a forward fashion. Forward, I nearly said forward fashion, but like the settings, even the characters also have a north, west, south, east, or simply front, side, and back, and yeah, you do get yeah, just a bit more of a three-dimensional feel in these films, because in my first two 8-bit films, I was trying to emulate like a video game almost, with just having a side profile throughout. And whilst I still like to do that the most, but I remember thinking, by seeing some of the characters like in a more forward manner, or if like going forward, it looks better that way compared to doing everything sideways. So yeah, I do try to vary like the angles, but as I mentioned, sideways is my personal preference because it makes it easier for fight scenes, which we'll see later on. And what I will say is that I wish the fight scene was a tad quicker looking back, but I still like it. So anyway, so who shot them? And then say this is clip champ, just going forward and back, just to emphasize the scary look of this new villain. So this is Orpheon, and I know he's a bit because last time you've seen Orpheon in previous media, he was like a lot bigger, but he will be. You just wait and see. But this is almost like an earlier form. His gun as well. I quite like the look of that. And whilst I don't think that twisty look is translated too well sideways on, but I still really like the front of it as well, like a really imposing weapon. So yeah, so let's break down this fight scene, because one part of the fun of it is seeing how characters counter different methods. So General Sonic doesn't seem to work, and so he's blasted back, and then Orphan pretty much transforms his entire body just to do one. And then you can also see how his gun changed a little to create more of a grabbing mechanic. Because the fun with Orpheon is that as a machine essentially, he can transform his body in all sorts of ways. Because there were bits in the storybook and yeah, bits in the novels as well where he did have like a variety of mechanical like weapons and mixing the metal with plants. Had the mace which had a couple of tech bits, and I think he could repair himself as well, and the upgrading too. There's like some hints that that is a robot, but I wanted to really make sure that this character was very robotic, because there is Gloop later on who's a proper shapeshifter, but you can definitely see he's a different type of shapeshifter because he's made up of goo after all. But with Orpheon, I want to do something similar but more robotic and something a bit more, just definitely not something any other living creature could do. And so yeah, to shift the body parts around. It's a pretty fun idea. You can see how it like shifts it around, and because the part of this introduction was to show that he had like a decent amount of fighting capability. He manages to fight all of these green apes, but we'll see how he's going to upgrade himself. Because when you saw the animation released on the 7th of October, which you can see, yeah, it ends with Orpheon being reassembled. So I just thought that was like a really cool ending shot. I wanted to do something prior, and so there you go. You can see how he's capable. Well, it's still a shoot, and there's a minor inconsistency being spotted where a lot of the lasers the next spots fire are green, but oh wait, no, it's was it? I think it was only Dios that had that, where he primarily shot white lasers to emphasize more power, but he shoots green ones too. So could that mean like the different variation, more like a rapid fire light saturation, something like that. But I think yeah, I think I am going to emphasize that because I just want to be ignorant of that rule I set, because I'm used to niche bots flying green, but I just remember thinking, oh, in this case, they could shoot white lasers, just like a more unique colour, because green will take place across a lot of it. Like the lime green is definitely there to showcase that the enemies are like living beings, they're the life force, which is to be expanded upon as well. Anyway, so choose laser balls, and then the Northian was like flattened a tad. Yeah, he just simply springs himself up. Not too creative, but never mind. And you can also say, well, not shoot him, but I know I wanted to vary the abilities, but yeah, I could have used a gun again. But yeah, the way he goes back and forth like that was kind of cool. And it looks like the Green Ape was going to do like a screaming charge as he threw himself, but Orpheum then grabbed him. So yeah, it's meant to be like a mechanical hand. It's not my favourite feature, but it does have like cooler moments later on in the story, which later find out. And so this is where so exposition is kind of tricky when making these films, because I still want to maintain that rapid pace, but I still want to communicate story parts. And even this right here is not a bad start, because he's grabbed him and then he's like, okay, I'm looking for this specific thing, tell me where it is. And the Green Ape simply looks away as the hologram maintains, so you can see, okay, I can just about see what he's looking for, but what is it? And so we do get a bit more answers. I say a bit because it will just be expanded more on later on. So you can see different angles of the mechanical hand. Yeah, we're pretty much just seeing like all angles of this interrogation, which is quite nice. And the continuity is well maintained with like the different angles. But anyway, so it looks like his mechanical hand can also fire an explosive right from the off. So once the Green Neighbour's like no, Orpheum's like, well, there you go. And so yeah, now he's off. So another niche what comes along captures his attention, and unfortunately we don't get a lot of time between Orpheum and the niche bots. They're kind of just sent there to do a couple of his bidding. So I would like to see a bit more between them, and it can be expanded upon in other films, because that's something that not even the storybook and the no. Well, in the novel you could say there were a lot of like communication back and forth between them, but that we don't really see. And it's just because I've thought about these characters doing conversations, but I'm not a voice actor and I don't have time to voice act. I clearly don't have a microphone. I can't afford a proper good one. So yeah, never mind. Anyway, so this is further a bit down low in the land, and you can see how the niche bots and Orpheum is opposite this thing, and then Orpheum just yeets it off and it reveals some ground underneath. So this is meant to be oh, I think that's like some other rubble behind. But so that grey rock was to help like gather the fruit, and maybe it's like a different special bowl of some kind, maybe that they made more handcrafted, I think. But I think maybe this is what rocks will typically look like. Use that up, you can he just thumps it upwards, which I think I would have liked it to break into parts, but if it's more of a solid piece of rock together, then fair enough. So you can just see a bit of the rubble around it and some of the walls before he goes downwards. But once he goes downwards, it's a bit more in detail. And yeah, similar to the Arctic, where you see a simpler version and then what it looks like closer up. That's where, yeah, because that's where the that little cut was needed. The little fade out, to show that he's gone close to the land. So yeah, that's the grass as well with a bit more detail above. And yeah, you can see, and thanks to the introducing the colours briefly, that's the rocky wall of the ditch and the floor of the ditch with some detail. But then you have this interesting thing. So this right here matches with the hologram which we were summoning earlier, but you can see how the earth's above it, and it looks like the vegetation because it's the life force living life element essentially. And you can see how it's nearly tangled in the earth, and it just looks like it's like a visual indicating that the life forces on Earth, and this could mean that Earth has had the life force for quite some time, maybe for a long time if Earth has created all sorts of life forms. And yeah, so I'm stating the backstory, which is like yet to come, but it'll be like really fun to explore these kind of things. But anyway, you can see what that looks like. And then so sort of it's like, okay, so this is planet Earth, and it's just doing these little flashes like capture eye, be like, okay, so this is where we need to go, if I need to get this thing. And even the way the holograms are summoned, it's fine, I think. What's happened? Oh, there we go. So yeah, but yeah, I just really like how it's like simpler and then in detail here. So yeah, so he has his objective, the ship leaves, and then this is where he gets his upgrade. And if you remember from the first animation, which we'll see later on, because in continuity it just takes place later, you can see how the ship. This could be like I don't think it's the front of the ship, just one of the side windows, I reckon, because I know that the ship is a bit bold, but I think if it is zoomed in, it would have windows. So yeah, one of the windows you can see Pietra there. Pietra. I still don't know how to pronounce it. And then yeah, nicely designed window, and the colour scheme in the room's okay. I'm not too keen on this podium thing here, but I think it's just create a bit more land. But anyway, you can see how all of this is like chained up. So like the effect of the grappling hooks that Service implied earlier to then multiply the rope over time. It's essentially the same here. It's like a chain which does have a grabbing end, and like the other film, it is falling apart. So I don't know why it's left the body. I think it's to be expanded upon as well. But I just really like the look of that action. Yeah, just like nicely picked apart, and then you have these little things, the buzzsaw going in the background, to really indicate, the upgrade. So it just makes you wonder what he's going to do. Even Orpheon, I don't think he's, because sometimes when it comes to tech-based characters, they normally encounter a scenario and be like, okay, so what do I then invent or improve to make me more adaptable for the next scenario? With Orpheon now, I think he's just more like a general upgrade, and you can see why. I would have maybe in another animation, Orpheon would have collected more Nitro, which is the metal from the stars, which I've maintained from the novel and storybook, etc., despite it being a reboot. And so yeah, I think it show a bit more of that kind of gather, or maybe him having like more body parts he's been making, or what the Nitrobots have been making, perhaps. It's just something that would have been worthwhile expanding upon. But regardless, so he's upgraded, and we come back to. Are you ready? Yeah, planet Earth, and it's meant to be a morning, hence why it was a bit more saturated. And it's not my. Why's it so dark for so long? I don't know. Yeah, it's meant to like indicate a morning, but I think it's a tad too saturated. But I still quite like it because it just gives you like almost like a positive feeling almost when you first look at it. So this is another part of the base, because when you pay attention to the walls and floors, that's when you're like, okay, it's the base, okay. And yeah, so they have these cells, and I did have the idea to make these cells like stand out more, what could be inside them, but I wanted to be a bit more hands-on, so we just kind of get the gist that they're in cells, like all of these characters. So yeah, there's Pasnos and there's Hellwolf, and so Pasnos has not changed, I don't think. Hellwolf has had been given a couple of colours to make her pop out a bit more, but I really like the choice of colours now, just a bit brighter. And so yeah. Pod looks that way, sees M2, looks the other way, and then he sees Emmy and Gloop. And so yeah, that's what they look like. So Yeah, I guess I could always like show snippets of what they look like in the storybook, and in my previous version of the Gloat character as well, because in his original designs, he had when it was like a 2D drawing, he did have like way more detail, but for him to be like all plain goo like that, it still works, especially when the way he shapeshifts. And then Zami has been given the best makeover or transformation, because I really lost interest with the whole just having the grey skin with the wearing the blue. It made him look quite generic from time to time. Like the gadgets were cool, but just not like the color combination, or is that like he didn't look and seem very alien. And so I've it was a another character and another drawing, the former, which I could definitely find. There was like one electricity-based character I made up before called Zayabas, and he had like features of a salamander almost, and had like a couple of spikes. And I remember thinking, yeah, this actually looks a tad more like a lightning-based creature, especially if how the back spikes could like interact with the lightning as he summons it. And you'll see it more in detail, but I just think it looks so much cooler. But anyways, this is Micah looking at the lot, and I like the flooring. It's nice and straightforward, and the what the rims around the door look like. And so yeah, this is our introduction to Nicole essentially. So Mike was seeing how they're all are, especially once Pod got up. There is still the question of where are all of their weapons placed, but hopefully I can spend on that later on. But anyway, of course, like, we just spotted this. So even they too use holograms as well. It could even be an early indicator about how they're like the tech heavy kind of entities, and yeah, and they could be like more similar than they think, especially when the aliens could accuse humans of being like too evolved, especially with technology which will be totally unfamiliar to these aliens. But and not to mention, the difference in green and blue helps differentiate that as well. So at this point, so Orpheon and even Dios later on, they can just summon holograms, but you can see how Nicole does have like a tiny gadget which summons his hologram, and it benefits the ship. And I will acknowledge later on that this is Dios's body, like main human physique, which he did have weight altering abilities in the novel, and so that's the idea I'm going to continue. But as you'll see him throughout, he's a bit more bulkier, and I really like making him bulkier, only a little bit, because Pod and later Orpheon, they embody what the big characters look like pretty much. Like, do you know Lego games where you have like the normal human ones, but then you have the Hulk figures, you could say, where they all have their big muscular bodies, and they're mainly just able to move their arms. That's kind of the approach I'm going for, but it just depends on the type of alien. But with Dios rather, he's in between, and because I think he still has like traits of a big figure, you could say, but I have shrunken him to not make him so large, because yes, he's a tank character, but he's only a slightly bigger human in proportion when Pod and Gloop objectively are taller and broader. And but anyway, so this little bit here, so this is a speech bubble, which is useful from time to time. I don't want to lean too much into it because I want to be like as action heavy as possible. But do you have to communicate things? And I think this one has the most exposition going on, because you can see how action heavy the rest are. So Zami here is just on being like, there is this individual, and so what you can take from there is that all these aims up to Nicole's like, obviously it's coming, and then Zami perhaps could like even recognise it, and he's the one that says, oh, we'll better go and find him, because he's like a big help. And so yeah, there's this idea, as you see later on, where Dios has been under this like tomb in this other moon for goodness knows how long, but once he's out, that will definitely create a lot of ripples across history. Yeah, you can definitely imagine, because I really like his idea in the storybook and novels, where he is essentially like a Superman figure, but instead of just protecting Earth, he was protecting as many planets as he can do. Save as many planets as he can, as he zooms from planet to planet, solving all sorts of crimes like absolutely non-stop. And there was something about that idea which was really cool, and that was part of the temptation of keeping the multiple planets. And I think that could still be maintained. It just depends what I come up with. But I just want to make the alien planet, and by extension Earth, just nice developed worlds, because sometimes when you create so many worlds, they all have this singular look and location, and it just makes you wonder, like, would it be better to like have this location like share the same, so there's a bit more going on in its ecosystems, in its general systems, how various races interact with one another. It's I just wanted to be a bit more emphasis on like Earth and Pietra, and Dios can still be like the heroic figure, for Pietra, and maybe him going back and forth between that and Earth. That too creates just enough conflict for a dilemma, like going down the line. And no, it could be helping other individuals as well. But for now, it's just the 2 planets. Okay, so so Zami knowing this, I think I'll do that in a short film as well. And so so if us so the idea I was trying to communicate is, oh no, this ship is coming. Zami's like, he could like let us out, help us find this figure. He can definitely stop a lot, because I probably recognise these Nitrobots from stories, from witnessing, etc. Could have been communicated better, but it's just trying to be more on the ball. And I really like how overly detailed this door is, but it's rather cool, because if you look at Mike's hands, they flicker intentionally to indicate he's like pressing a button on his wrist or something, and then this is what opens the door, and it has the whole red and green light. One of the only times red appears in the film, by the way. So this is where I think I tried to go for like, I think this is a bit more orange actually. Yeah, actually, I take it back, it's orange. Yeah, just closer to red. Because what's his name? Dorito God. He's a game YouTuber, which I really like. He critiques video games. I definitely recommend him. And he often talks about how when he was looking at a variety of Spider-Man costumes in a couple of video games, he says that when you look closer, they've actually given him an orange colour. It's like the kind of orange that's close to red. And I think that's what I've done right here. And so anyways, open the door, and then this faces the other direction of this is what the base faces, just this mountain point, which you'll see later on. And just revealing that land, it's just something about that which I find like really cool. And I'll admit this edge isn't too nice. I feel like there should be like another rim at the bottom, a bit like a doorstep almost. But anyway, still really like that. So the small flicker, and then off they go in the ship. And it's meant to be Zamu's ship, but it's not very communicated well. And not to mention, this colour palette's made this ship too purple, which I'm not too keen, because it's meant to be blue. I don't think I'll be using that look of the colour again. Maybe, I don't know, like a sunset kind of colour, like for another video idea, but we'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, once these characters are opposite the doors, they do disappear from the system to indicate, them entering. And then this is where Mike communicates, this ship, and we can definitely infer that I'm going to just get the prepared. Because there is a delayed clip I've got, which I'm in the middle of making, that indicates that these servicemen are, trying to fight these Nitrobots all across the world, because these things were being spawned all across the world. But I still would like to do that to make the stakes a little bit higher. Here the other cars servicemen are pretty much good to go, and you can see how the ship slowly levitates. Just go back again once more. Yeah. So yeah, just got this one like that. It's pretty okay. So this is a moon. I'm already giving it a name, but I'll probably would use a name I previously came up with, like Orn or what was the other planet names I came up with? I forgot. Anyway, so yeah, this is a moon, so it's a bit more samey in its land, and this is meant to be a smaller land. So yeah, I think that's the fun with moons, because a planet is meant to be extremely big and varied, but with a moon, it's a singular kind of land throughout. And I guess I can do more moons to have more of that kind of fun. But anyway, so this is probably the first time we get to see what the awesome looks like from the back in any kind of media, really. Yeah, even in the storybooks. So it's just left like the back window, and that's thrusters. And as you can see, I've definitely taken the design as just story like it. It's very nostalgic of that ship I made at college as a bit of fun, and yeah, I'll quickly get it up. So I'll just have a quick thing, and yeah, right. So off to the moon, and then they arrive, and this setting is already like rather nice at first glance. It could be like, hang on, a moon for a moon, and I say yes, why not? Because this moon could be like it could work similar to a planet where it's within its own orbit, and yeah, it just has its own little, a moon for a moon. Yeah, it's just something about that which I quite like. So you can see they're all out of their ship, but someone's already there first, and these are the camos, which are they were in a couple of the 8-bit storybooks, including the Titran-based one, and then they were in their own page in book 5. And they used to be aliens that did have their own rifles alongside other gadgets, but as they have come from Pietra, and you can see why and how they've got here, they have enchanted like spear firing weapons instead, because they do fire a laser of some kind. What power would that be? Like a laser, life force kind of beam, I think. Yeah, if tying every single ability to the elements, which I've previously done. And these creatures, you can see, probably won't use this page to describe their design, but it's slightly frog inspired, especially with the forward looking head and and also they have like bits of greenery all around them. I kind of like that, and even their spear weapons, they're shaped to have 2 types of handles, and the way they point, even the spear shape at the end is kind of cool as well. So they just all gathered in front of all of them that just left the ship, and but yeah, not to mention, like, look at the design of the flooring. This is once again bold without too much detail, and you can just about see the characters on them. And then you look at the back, and then I think it's the darker rocks are at the forefront here, and yeah, this is a really nice looking setting, I have to say. And also it's like a pale green sky, so once again, different colour sky. All of them are surrendered, and just a quick little funny thing. I like how Glue puts in all of his tentacles to be like, yeah, just I'm not shapeshifting, just please don't do anything. Yeah, the all plain green one, you can see how he's tucked in all of his tentacles. I kind of wish I did that gradually, but never mind. And so all of them then this gap here, and you can indicate that this is Dios's tomb because of this shape here. Because at first it looks like a bit of a like a detail to the mountain, but no, it has his face on it, or just his body, like his normal human physique anyway. I feel like it should be a tad taller, but it still indicates what it needs to. And but yeah, this is just a specific gap in the rock we're all entering. And this could be like a tiny nod to the original new clan, where they all go into a crack of a mountain to then access something. And but yeah, they're all tucked in, and they go. And then what's inside? And then one idea I wanted to have a play with is that by having something living and present, it then charges up what needs to be done, as you'll see here. And it's something I would like to expand upon, and especially when all the characters are like lying down for quite some time, so they'll probably feel a bit fuzzy. Because not to mention these cameras, like, well, you just stay in this spot, or else we'll shoot. And I feel like they should like fire back, but but hang on, you know, Dios is around afterwards, so that's why they can have a bit more of a fighting chance. That's one answer I thought of. But yeah, even this rock has like these. I think these are meant to be like going cracks or maybe like vines going through the rocks. It can infer either way. Right, so all of them lie down here like that, and then it makes the thing glow, and then this then explodes the rock, because yeah, it's almost like filling up Dion or recharging him slightly with the life force energy. And yeah, this is providing like a glitch effect. And not gonna lie, it was because the land kept shifting about when I was just trying to make it glow. I couldn't get it level. Because on After Effects, it would just been as simple as like making a mask, and then yeah, despite the glitching effects, you can still see the rocks exploding like boom like that, and I quite like the look of it. Even the rock itself has like a very loose Dion silhouette to it. And I keep calling Dios Dion when he's actually called Dios. That's the new name. Okay. Anyway, but also with the glitching effect, I was just thinking, like, for instance, if this was, I don't know, you can't really call it like a first person thing. If anything, I wanted to create more of a immersive experience, as if your phone was glitching because of how pleasant the energy is. So yeah, it's just something about that which is slightly fun. But anyway, the effect then goes away because the art then transforms, you know, a bit like the Nitrobots, you know, tucked in and then expel into a full body. And Dios does the same here. There he is, standing up. Another fight scene ensues, and then I've done my best to, with the continuity of where all of these characters are placed, despite being a bit zoomed in. I feel like the land should be a bit spread out and other characters should be a bit more spread out, but never mind. But anyway, so you see they're a proper good fight scene, I would say. So Dios simply flicks his hands up, and you can see how he has a more fuller body physique. Yeah, so he summons these guns from like around his arms, and he shoots these lasers which pitch the camera's head off. And then it's also established that he somewhat has super speed. And oh yeah, by the way, this is meant to be, well, just say like the right, like one side of the rock, which is why them two are there. It's not the best way communicated, but also here's the entrance as well. Oh, some spikes from above as well. So this is definitely like a cool looking cove. Yeah, I really like that. But yeah, I really like this super speed thing as well, because like that. But yeah, not to mention, if you can see briefly, it has a it has like a backpack of some kind. That's what I'm going to call it. So you can just about see that there's a couple of like greyish green colours like opposite his hands. It's because he does have a jetpack, but when he summons like the semi jetpack, it enables him to go faster, and so that's how he's able to like bounce in that way. And as a eventually, like, he's meant to be one of the strongest characters in this universe, but I think his weight is slightly altered a bit because he I don't. Yeah, he just simply wants to beat the aliens, not. Although I don't know, he did shoot lasers and the missile towards them. So maybe he does have like a similar thing to Pod, where you know, I think they will go for further lengths to resolve an issue, whilst other characters, although there's a Pasnos as well, he has the blade, so I think he kind of fits in that category too. But the rest of them are more so, you know, they don't want to take lives essentially. Although they will try to destroy an Orpheum, because why not? Even with the light force, he's still a robot. Alright, so just goes like from zooms like that, you know, just to show like his speed and how quick he punches. And I do like the detail about you know, like the skills. And then he also has laser eyes as well. which I do sometimes forget he has, but it's cool. And he also shoots missiles from pretty much his back, but I like the way it. There you go, that's a nice quick missile there. And oh yeah, let's have a look at the third missile design. Ah, yes, slightly chunkier once again, thinner fins, I guess, at the back as it travels, and yeah, and because it's all blocky, it means you can't exactly do like a proper arch, like a mortar cannon. I think it's how you describe it. You know, when it does, there's like a slight bend in the movement, and you would do that in Autodesk Maya, but because this is good old blocky Photoshop, it just goes like that. Yeah, just like a video game once again. And yeah, having these, like, you could say that these explosive effects are a bit repetitive, and I've made sure to vary them. But so far, that's missiles and lasers that seem to kind of have that. But there are other, for instance, lightning definitely works differently. Well, I say that because lightning also had the little explosive effect, but that was for a Orpheum-based reason, which we'll see later on. So that makes all the camos scare away. And oh yeah, I forgot to say, you know, when Mike was going across the globe map below his feet, to generate another walking effect, you can see how the legs are uneven, but the legs swap over as they move to indicate a bit of a running. And you can also see how they've kept their spears, you know, just because you can see the end of this spear, you know, the brown on the left of each one. And so yeah, it's just convinced, it's just trying to create what they look like head on. And because this is also like the other end of the mountain, you know, fighting other ones as well. So yeah, this is essentially Dios's introduction. It's a pretty cool one, you know, to get rid of all of those immediately. And so all of them are presumably fine. You know, I think the land is just well charged up, and this is where Dios is like. So he too is mentioned in the Nitbot ship. He probably knows that they've been causing a ruckus all this time, and he's like, yeah, let's go and well, I'm going to sort them out. So he fixes that, and yeah, he's showing that from his head, because I've always imagined him showing holograms from his eyes, although he has shown holograms from his hands too, so either way's okay. I just have to keep it consistent between them. And then off it goes. That's what it looks like with a proper jetpack, and you can see how his feet are pointed a little bit to make it a bit more streamlined. It looks like he's looking up because his head is shrunken a little bit, but I really like the wings on him. They look really cool. And so yeah, that's basically it. So just about see. Oh yeah, I mentioned this hologram is also different. P is like a proper hybrid after all. He's more of his own thing than he is of an FG, especially the kind of colours he has, to which I still really like his colour scheme. So off he goes, and then this is essentially takes us to this next clip right here. And not gonna lie, this might be one of my favourite ones, and you'll see why. Okay, so if finding it again, volume down. There it is. Yep. So part 4 starts with this shot here, and immediately Luke is trying to escape, and you can also see in the background they collect all the tools which have been left behind on the ship. So that kind of continuity I quite like. And once again, you can still see the continuity of the area as well, because this is pretty much south of the area and this is north of the area. So it looks like more camos are about. Luke's got all of their tools, and then now they're all armed. Well, some of them are armed anyway. Pod's off on his own, which yeah, this is whilst I would have probably liked to expand it here, and definitely can be expanded in other stories. I had this idea where Pod is definitely like more of the solo one almost, and so yeah, that explains why he's away, and Nicole notices that, and then see the others just about getting ready, and then Nicole does a couple of points to be like, yep, so go right on, yeah, just providing the orders, and then dodge, fights them off like that. And as you can see, Pod immediately drops a light blue ball, which you can see on the left. That's some ice which grows over time that knocks this one down. But yeah, Pod's just moved ahead. Whilst I think this is an example of using some poses that were previously drawn, but putting them together looks like he's definitely working on the way. But yeah, doing it once more. Yeah, works this one upwards, that one downwards, across. I really like the blue one as well. Yep, so he's got all of them Z's on his own. This is where Zami and Pasnos do a fist bump, and I really like the detail of, because the swords aren't literally stuck to him, but it was nice to make the sword like on its own. So, oh, he even bends down to collect it. I quite like that. And so a quick fist bump, gets the sword. Zami fires at them, and yeah, as you'll see with the niche bots later on, each will have a unique silhouette if they get electrocuted, and this is definitely the case with the camos. So I definitely like to make some difference. Even Zami does have his tech alike blasters, and whilst I have said that, although this is definitely more supernatural than technology, because it is like a shape-shifting type of element, like a one that can be solidified, similar to technology, and in this case it's just helping Zami facilitate the lightning, firing it. And this is a slightly paler blue because the super light blue is for ice, and so yeah, you definitely see what's like. So Zami just zaps them immediately, and you can see the lightning travels in that, and it goes in and out. And then Pasnos does a couple of fight moves which I quite like. I think this is the only fight scene I can think of where it's just behind. But yeah, just going back again. So yeah, he's got the blades up with the spear being sideways and that way, and it looks like Pasnos jolted forward, which knocked him back. So yeah, he's definitely like more of a combatant. So this is another highlight. So Airwolf is getting cornered, and immediately you can see how her cloak transforms into the hay one, and that you would have seen. But not only the storybook, novels, even the 8-bit animation. And whilst the original design of the He-Man was okay, because it was meant to be like a Wolverine, four-legged creature, beast-like creature, I've updated the design. I was somewhat more inspired by what was it called, the Varov, which was in Aid in the sequel. It was like a werewolf creature, which was more green. And whilst I still like to carry over some of the ideas of that one, especially with the detective using the serum to help her fight Garrow, who was essentially like the final boss of that story. But yeah, there were bits and bobs I carried over to this design of the Hay one, as you can see right here. I'm just going to turn the brightness up a bit. And so yeah, this is what the Hay one looks like when stood right up. And I remember trying to figure out how to create the creature from different angles, but one of the main key is to vary the colour of the fur depending on the positioning. So in this case it's just literally just the torso, and then everything else is in the rest of the green colour. But yeah, not even one of my things I like drawing, despite taking a while, are transitions like these, and I just find them like so satisfying. Yeah, so cool. And then so immediately Haywell grabs this one, essentially throws it on the floor. And whether it's a flicker or not, I still kind of like it because it creates more of an impact. And then you can see how that blast from the camo didn't do much this time. It could, it might be contradicted a little bit where when Paywolf gets flung over, it could be due to the whole thing. But yeah, even the camera right here, he like steps back and then he fires. And it doesn't do much this time. Although Haywolf does have temporary, what was it, like a evolution-like ability where she can alter any of her animalistic features, and in this case she creates a bigger claw, which she then uses to swipe the camo. So I'll play it once more. and then like that. Yeah, it's quite a good swipe. And then this shot I like because it's basically Nicole's third person, or Nicole in third person almost. And there was going to be more shots of this, with her helping the other team members, but I just mainly show this one at the end because you still get the gist. And Nicole's helping from afar, and even this move from Glee probably like as well. And even this right here was an example of fighting a foe whilst they are, just going around the character. So you can see, if you look at it again, how it goes from. Although I think the camera might be facing the other way whilst being thrown, but you can still see like the momentum as it gets. I would have liked to be a bit quicker, but never mind. But you can also just simply see Nicole shooting like that. Yeah, just as simple as that. So yeah, the first line of the cannon, and then Werewolf was clawing this creature, and then I think it's because no, I don't know. It's just I'm just guessing it's like a misbalance. But yeah, the camera's either lying down or down to the floor. Yeah, these claws look really good. I really like the shape of the creature from head on. So yeah, it gets very inside. And the camera fires again, and this is where Vassnos uses his temporary invincibility. So you can see a bit more in action here compared to because it was tricky to describe it sometimes in the novels, and then try and visualize it in the storybooks. But yeah, he just jumps in, flashy with the green energy, like that. So rather cool. And then Vassnos also quickly lifts his blade upwards to spit the lightning. And it's like a cool teamwork move. Not the best, not the most inventive, but it is a start because it's just seeing what they're like with their normal abilities, how they vary them to counter different scenarios, and how they can bounce off one another. That's like the key when making group play fight scenes like this. And Health does get up, so she's fine. And then down. I think I will probably get up just very briefly. Yeah, and there you go. So this is how the cameras go on and off the planet. And so there's these. I remember drawing this a year or two ago when I was interested in a pixelated thing, and one animal I want to drew in 2D and then carried over here were these normal creatures. And yeah, the green head is almost like a flame. Because I might have shown a quick image of it in the commentary for the guide that was outdated of the previous Haphazard universe. But like a flame design on a car and how it goes backwards, it's partially the attention here. And you can see these cameras riding on them. They simply levitate and also enable space travel as well. Yeah, that I would like to confirm in another thing. But anyway, so that's the same Nitro missile, presumably from the ship this time. And then that took the edge. Oh yeah, because that's meant to be like a cliff edge somewhat. Also, I just a bit too far back, never mind. It's not too much though. Even that flicker was a bit too smooth if that's the case. And then they're off, I'm going to go down off. And then here's the ship again, and then that's reintroduced to a Nitro fighter, which is a Nitro in the craft. And then we can assume that craft probably knocked Dion, and even Powerwolf quickly moved out the way as well. So we're playing it again. Although I like the way where Dion makes a hole, and then he zooms back up, and then makes Zami and Vassnos look at each other. Although Zami's meant to have a cap, so what happened to the front of his hat? Sorry about that. Even the design of the Nitro craft, you might remember from the original new clan story, the animated one especially. And its design is still like the landing parts and its wings and the back part of the engine, this tiny window in the shooter. Yeah, that's essentially it. And yeah, it does seem to be okay, you know, it's just like the user greys and greens. Yeah, done the codes up. And then we have more fighting from pod, quite satisfying. This is where I did have to draw more unique drawings, yeah, because especially this one, you just swing with the thing. That was just a normal kick, that kicks them back, and then that was a headbutt. And the headbutt I definitely quite like because it's kind of like trying to weaponize the fin. So yeah, not to mention I think his head might be one block too long here, but never mind. He gets shot from behind, so he's blind down at the moment. And then if you wall up here quickly, each leader member fires at each from behind, which is rather cool. Yeah, like there's her wolf spikes that she shoots, and the lining, the laser. And what a Pasnos does is an astral projection, because yeah, he can do that from far. Oh yeah, there it is. You can see it on the right there. Yeah, that's his body uses like a laser, and then Gloop just simply like hits him with his goo, and then square point. Oh, he does quite a convincing turn as he gets up, so he just sees it, he's been saved, and then Dion quickly comes down and lands in a way which is quite convincing, and with the camera in his hand, it does indicate that he has been helping. Yeah, because as you would. I think it would be cool to. Well, I think he'll have plenty of other opportunities to bounce off the other characters ability-wise, but I think this was like a time to shine for the main six essentially. Okay, so as you'll see then, Dios is about to get the destruction of some of the forces in the ship. But he's like telling them to go to Earth because that's where they're going to be heading at. Because you could say that Dios knows about the life force being on Earth, or no, now that's the other like developed planet. Or if Dion's like tech based, then does he still analyze Earth technology and capture CCTV or audio that indicates the danger? Maybe, although the only other planet doesn't have technology at all, so would it be like a sense or something? I'm not sure. He would have to be a bit more supernatural if I'm going in that direction. And but anyway, so the highlight is that as he flies up, he slowly drops the camo. It's cool. And there's and then that's probably some of the remaining ships. And this is the last shot of this part where yeah, they're all running to the ship, and then Hailwolf is just going back in the normal form. And also, yeah, I think this size difference does seem to be accurate not only because these ships here, but he is rather small. He'll lost to the ship, and then this was a very good clip. So this was the quickest clip I made, I believe, because this is just literally action only. And so there we go, back to Pietra. So that's going as an indicator that this is a world we will be visiting. Even the back of Dion looks rather good as well. Like look at the back of him, and then zooms into another location. Still same similar vegetation at land. And then even that one looked like proper 3D as well, like just the way like zoom down like that, you know, just not borrow to like mind the spikes. I really like that. It's like extremely fluid. And then that's probably a nitro craft trying to I think I called those nitro fighters, but I need to give them a better name. See if fires and miss, and then done soon. This is where he shoots a green laser instead of a white laser as he's meant to, but never mind. But he's got by. I wish I couldn't see them. Also once again a small one here. So yeah, Longship is down and the others come by, and then this is where Dios summons his lasers again. And this time he summons. I think this is more like a bigger laser. I think that's the colour difference reason. And then catch the craft here. Just go again. Also the back of the ship as well. That looks rather nice actually. Even the cove has quite a lot of variety to it. Oh yeah, even that land right here is where Dios is about to land towards. So yeah, just cove. It's that, and then that was like a double laser thing, and I think there was an explosion thing there. Oh yeah, you can also see where the laser comes from there. Gets that, shoots that. Once again, the front of the Nitrocross as well, like a really good angle. This already looks better overall than the Serviceman card does. Even this, I like how good Dios gets shot. Just like when he cracks it, so like that. Yeah, just it's just like and then also cracks are sadly missing from this shot here, but never mind. This is where he gets and then he fires 4 lasers from behind him, and as you can see, this is what he looks like when he gets damaged or something that's enough to get him, such as nitro lasers, because I'm still like to maintain the rules from the previous version of the story where it's mainly nitro that breaks him, but there's also some beings like Sign4 that's strong enough to beat him, and also energy can be a deterrent. Yeah, it's along those lines, but you can see that with the laser shot there, it's got him at this part of the body here, but now he's sat up, to which let's see how convincing that was. Yeah, so that's, I think he's had to like tuck in his jetpack or oh no, because he yeah, just like tuck it in whilst he lands. No, I didn't want to go there. Getting your rolls, getting up. Yeah, that was really convincing enough. And then getting the semi jetpack, you know, like the backpack almost. That's what sees and then that gets that one ship right here. Goes away. It might be cool to have like debris fall from the explosion, but it does seem to be just disintegrated the whole thing, so that's fine. So he flies off again, and that was the top of Pietro as well, actually. Yeah, and yeah, just far away. And then this is where you encounter, say, field of stars, and whilst these stars do look better, they are still too cartoony to splatter in all over, because yeah, it's just because this already looks, it's a part of me that's not too keen on it. It's like too simplistic. It looks like a general wallpaper, but compared to like seeing the planet earlier, and it's just like really in the deep void of space somewhere. And also very quickly, thanks to it's making the size difference later on, which also created that illusion, you know, with the chase earlier. So yeah, so it flies up, and then you get pretty much another transformation this time. It when he interacts with a star, that helps with the program. Oh, he was able to still summon the. Oh, of course, yeah, the jetpack he can still summon. Yeah, and then you can see with how the green like fully heals him, and so yeah, he's pretty much back to normal. Although there is an event later on of how I think maybe Sammy knows enough about this, especially when he gets to star later on, especially when he had to go on a spaceship to fetch it. But anyway, yeah, he's off again once he's healed. Yeah, I'm just going to see the transformation on this one. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, just get his arm back. Yeah, that's all. Right, so this right here was the first animation of this new yet permanent era. And so yeah, this I made in May, I think. And then created the rest of the commentaries, then check them, and so the story goes. Yeah, commentaries are more. I do these ones, but the other commentaries, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to go back to another film commentary, etc. But I still like to do these ones, just to give an explanation point of view. So this is the base, and it's meant to be within a wall, which is not the most convincing, and it's a bit plain. But I think it looks more in detail when you get close to it. That's definitely like the intention. I really like the environment as well, just surrounded by this land. And yeah, I think this took not an awful lot of time, thankfully. But one reason why um, I'm not having like the full 6 members all the time is because it takes longer. Because I remember what made the first not official, the two older 8-bit animations, what made them harder was having to juggle all of those characters in that setting. And because there were like ways around it. For instance, if one character was knocked out, then have them knocked out for a little bit until they're ready to get back up. But it was having to move literally everything every now and again. But when doing it in the shot by shot format, instead of doing it as these massively long shots, it gets it quicker that way. But someone's to do these many characters and even add to the team. But yeah, for now, yeah, didn't want to make every shot last for ages. Even this is also the first appearance of Rectron. He doesn't seem to have his injuries like in the previous version of the story. I think he's still yet to have it, and there's not an awful lot to him yet. But you can. But, anyway, as I was saying, turned off. Yeah. So yeah, Michael was his mates. Before he comes back eventually. So who knows what they would have been talking about? Maybe about what's just happened. But anyway, so whilst I felt like the ship should be appearing on the screen, to be more in line with the first clip, but I think this definitely indicates a danger, which is definitely seen on the screen here. So the ship comes to Earth, and we know that it's bad news. But yeah, even the story is all right. So far as I can see, we have Pod. He was captured like the other aliens, and he still has this mysterious origin. And then once we're all locked up, they were like, this ship has started to come about, or we'll get this person who'll involve the individual that'll help us out. And then he's still occupied. Even what he was doing in that cove would be how he's been doing all of this, but not to mention this is another planet, so it could still be really far away. Maybe John might be slightly slower in this version of the story. I think so, yeah. Establish a difference where planets are at. And so, yeah, this is the peak of one mountain. Is that surely there'll be like a tower, unless maybe it's like a not very tall mountain if it is just seen above the land that way. But anyway, so ship comes by, and then some robots have landed and they're fired at the wall. Oh yeah, not to mention, this is very important. So the clip was originally 40 seconds, but then it went down to 20, and it's because when rewatching this animation that was made first and then the other ones came along, this one was significantly slower compared to the other ones. So if the ones being like far more flashy, I thought, you know what, if I still got the original file, I just need to speed it up a tad. And you can see how some things are probably like a bit too quick, but yeah, it does make the action like far more enjoyable and far more satisfying. So the shots are up and they're firing the lasers face forward and it hits the wall. I think it's a strong wall as well, thankfully. And then monitor bots come by. It's a closer shot of the window as well, and you can see how the ship like drops all of these. And then the awesome tone ship comes by. Yep, I'm still keeping that ship name. And then all of them like jump downwards as well. The ship must have an autopilot feature as well. Yeah, there you go. And then yeah, when making this first animation, I just thought, yes, this is amazing. This could work. And whilst these assets probably should be behind the lightning instead, it's still a flicker, and you can also see how these niche bots once again have a different silhouette compared to the camos, sorry. And yeah, and I'm going for all sorts of like different areas of the land, but keep it. Although what will help make it consistent is that if I do have lands labelled as this land north, this land, same land, but east, south, and west, that too will what would you call it? Yeah, just like maintain like the location. It could vary if something happens. Like for instance, I saw like the world getting flooded. You know, like in book 4, I might yeah, like carry those settings over, but just simply add water, as of like that. But yeah, and then you can see like the vegetation and the water runs through as well. But even I do like the bit of something like quickly like ducks to avoid the laser, and he quickly like jumps up and that. See, the key with Zami is that he definitely can shoot multiple at once. That's the advantage with lightning. Even this moment from Nicole is pretty awesome because like looks the grenade, uses the shield, and then blasts the gun. Like as simple as that. I can't click because yeah, you all know I'm on my latest shorts on my. I can't click my fingers at the moment. Yeah, it's just so snappy. It's so cool, and yeah, and you do get indicators that yeah, Nicole does have grenades and her right shield, which she can summon. So hang on, is that vegetation above the water, like a hedge, like arching over the? Yeah, oh, that's kind of cool. Could be a bridge. Anyway, Nicole fights them. Then this is like closer in the base. I think maybe is the wall. Oh, maybe I think it's just some land. So I think Pell right here is still far away enough from the base wall. So this is probably like a lump of land. And then if you continue running forward, then the base will be closer. That's the impression I'm getting. But yeah, once again, the transmission's awesome. Let's just watch that again. And then, yeah, it's yeah, definitely quicker than last time. And I think the hay one there is probably not as taller, but never mind. But yeah, the forward, and then Cosmos just whacks the fingerhead. Yep, just jumps and then knocks out that niche bot cold. You know, just like a single whack of his blade there after jumping. Like that. And then Pod also can freeze foes, because when it comes to freezing characters, so as to make a difference, so there's New Super Mario Bros. Wii puts any enemies in a block, like well the size of the block depending on the size, but then you also have Super Smash Bros. Brawl, you could say, where the ice abilities like puts you in a more crystallized edgy rock. So, and I want to do like a bit in between. So I'm just going to see the ice effect again, and yeah, that's probably cool. You probably just touched the niche bot and froze it, and then you also have Luke shifting more, and it's essentially throwing himself forward. Sorry for the replaying. Yeah, these clips are just so minor. The jumps, and then yeah, Gloop eventually get back to his normal body. Yep, there you go, just simply knocks him out cold. And then this is another. Yeah, there you go. So what happens when you zap Nicole's laser? You get this, and it looks a tad daft because although here's the thing, because it goes for multiple foes as his lightning does, but it's a straight line as like Nicole's lasers, so it just like fits. Yeah, it's like a cool combination of them both, and I've done that kind of concept in. I think I've explored it once in the storybook and then a couple of times in the novel. You know, to make a mixture between a laser and a lightning, and this is definitely like the best visualization of it. It's like, I think it would be better if it was more gradual instead of instant, but lightning is instant, so I think I would still like to maintain that concept. Could have been quicker, but never mind. But anyway, that's a huge portion of them gone. But it's like a really cool idea. Maybe it should be different assets instead of explosives, but never mind. So one Ninjabot flies ahead, and Pasmos slides on the ice from an angle, which hits that one there, which is, yeah, it's just more teamwork. Yeah, and he just summons the ice very quickly, and yeah, it's just I just really like it. It looks like Pasmos can put himself forward, like that. There you go. And then Werewolf looks like it's primarily protecting the base. Yeah, because Gloop comes from behind, he trips all of them over, and you can see how the Nichbot's eyes were green and then turns dark once they all get shot at by these shards. And there's like thick quills essentially that Werewolf can summon, and there's a bit more of a you can see how it is. Yeah, the way she throws her body forward to fire at them. But yeah, Goop just create like a massive puddle to trip them over. Once again, there's all sorts of different teamwork in there. Yeah, it's just rather neat. And you can still see Gloop's eye as well. So that's like fun. Who is the most fun to animate? I don't know actually. Gloop, I think, is one of them. I enjoyed animating Orpheon because there's also ideas there. And maybe Werewolf as well. I just really like a lot of those ideas too. Anyway, so Gloop, that's normal. There you go. So this proves too much, so the Nitrobots fly away. And then that's when Nicole and Mike come back. So they know each other well. They're just giving each other a fist bump as well. That's how fist bumps are like. I think fist bumps are the only way of greeting other people in this world. And even there's the aliens all around. Even Retron's on its own is probably indicating that he's not too sure about this. Just staying well back. Whilst Mike's like, just thank you for coming back at a good time, because there are servicemen about, but not in this area, which is why they've come at a good time. So yeah, they just simply greet each other, and then there you go. There's Orpheon, who clicks into place in his new body, and my gosh, what's going to happen? And I like how the way their chains are unequal. I don't mind that. It adds like a tad bit of a messiness, but also you can see the base in the window this time, because I think some settings like these have like a blank canvas somewhere for me to remove and then place the setting behind it, but then it's a lower opacity brush to then make the window. But yeah, and as you can also see, that it's almost intentional for Orpheon to have these body parts hover and then they click in like that. It's something I don't mind. And so yeah, there you go. It's he's all clicked in and ready to go. Yeah, and there you go. And then leads to very much to the next clip. So they've moved about intentionally to make Podlight more singular, and Vetron's gone off somewhere. I'm not sure where, but I'll answer that in a future clip. And because I guess I can always update these with more clips, but it's just my current idea is doing like the more important parts and then making subsequent stories to then strengthen them. And so yeah, that's like the key. And so yeah, because that's pretty much the best way to fix plot holes, and that is to acknowledge them later, or pretty much or if things need expanding upon, then you can create subsequent stories, whether they are sequels with a load of flashbacks. So yeah, the ship is still there, and what is right here is like, what is this happening in the first place? And then we get revealed that Earth, does have the life force. It's just been heavily secured in space. And this is the only time yellow is used. So this is like a do not cross the line kind of area. and then you have the element in this like a glass box almost. And so you just see it move about a little bit, destroy right into it, and then Pod's meant to be not pleased with that. He says he's not so pleased with it. He just likes to come back and just but I guess he's also asking, why I've come to Earth, and because we get some idea because they're after, the life force, but now we do get more confirming of where it is. So we show where it is, and then you can see Mike and Nicole standing, and then above it's like a turret that's from the ceiling, which is a neat idea. So doesn't know what to make of it, and you can see how the element moved a bit on its own, but it couldn't continue moving whilst the characters were moving because of the speed alteration. But you can definitely infer the element like just moving about a little bit. And then even Mike and Nicole could have been like, like, was it like the right thing to tell them, where is it going to go? And like Danny in the original story, there's a missile that's like keen to enter into the setting. So Pod just looks like he likes sitting in these quieter areas, because that's what I've done with Zami, especially when you look at the end of book 3, like the storybook version. But yeah, I'd give that trait to Pod, just time to think of everything, because if you because he most likely recognises the type of energy, and he's having to really protect these humans that he's never interacted with properly, and he's not really connected with them, and he probably sees them as like possessive in some way, and he's had to be brought along with his team, and he does like fight the niche spots on the camo simply because they're after him. So yeah, that's definitely like some kind of small through line I can pick up upon. But yeah, there he is, and so that was that Sorfin's missile coming in a bit. There you go, knocks him back, and I think my interpretation is that he gets a bit caught at a point where he swings around really in that way, and I think the following clip either contradicts this, or you can infer it as Pod trying to move and get up as more danger comes about. Although that's not until the following part. But yeah, I remember having Pod a bit more at the centre because to form an ice ramp for him to create later. So yeah, Pod's now out of the fight. The missile to the head seems to knock him out. So this is pretty much what the land looks like. And it's not my favourite land. I remember trying to go for like a river, rocky kind of land, but because when making all of these films, it's be careful where your eye is drawn to, and it kind of does well, but not so much here because your eye is kind of going from place to place almost, and because of the river setting, the characters are, just not quite in the eye line, you could say. You'll see what I mean later on. But yeah, I won't be doing something like that again, but at least I know for next time. And then, Orphean has been shot by nearly every projectile, so Zemi's lightning, bit of goo, let's see, laser, lightning, some goo, and then shards. Yeah, that was about 4, and yeah, the way Orphean reacts to it, pushes him a bit, and then he's like, what was that? Even that shard from Hellwolf does maintaining the scene, and then unless it disappears randomly, which I can definitely answer in future clips, it does disappear eventually, but not at first. It could sink to the ground very quickly, I'm not sure, but I need to provide more definitive answers. So he's wondering what's all of that. And then the 5 of them are going to go after him. So Zami tries lightning from afar, and then that encourages Ozona to summon these cannons and fire back at Zami, and you can see how Zami quickly summons like a lightning shield to take the lightning hit, which is pretty cool. And once again, northeast, southwest kind of settings maintained. You can kind of see how the river from earlier leads to this T junction, you could say. And that's Hairwall Shard that's maintained, and How quick did Orphean summon these cannons? Oh yeah, even Orphean quickly put his hands up as he takes the light. And I suppose energy doesn't do much to these niche bots in this universe compared to my previous version of the story, but you know, no, because Orphean could have like or something. So that's that part, and then there's 3 shards that do nothing to Orphean and so much as pulling him back. And I really like this part as well because this is of Haphazard, like slicing his blades against. Yeah, like these little particle effects. Yeah, he like scratches him. Punch, the kick, and then he gets thrown forward by a grenade launcher. And yeah, because I know I haven't played the sound effects. It's just so I don't create too messy of an audio. But I've actually included the shotgun-like sound effect, and then the firing ahead of time to make this convincing. You know, the way it just comes about, and then that's Orphean lying down. And I wish I did these rocks in a different colour because he does nearly mix with the rocks, but I've done my best to be careful. So if Nicole like lobs the grenade, chucks it in, and then there it goes. And yes, the way this gun works is that it does shoot lasers primarily, but you can put the grenade in the gun to make the grenade more of a projectile. And I like the way Orphean turns here. It's like, you know, in martial arts where you like turn your body with your guard up to knock you know, the attack away. And he like does that with the grenade, it bounces off. And oh, that was something else I forgot to say. So Haphazard does maintain temporary invisibility as he gets kicked, because he with the green. You might have seen a small glimpse there. You know what I mean when you watch that bit. But yeah, the temporary invincibility will allow him to take the hit, because Orphean will be very strong after all. And Wolf is a stronger creature, so she's fine, but still. And oh yeah, here's another thing with these characters as well. So you can see how Orphean is slightly angled in a way, a bit more 3D. So his arm is more so like more around his back, whilst this arm is presumably more forward. And that's been something I've been having to go with the other characters recently. So there's more of a, once again, just adding to the three-dimensionality. That's not a word, is it? Apologies. But you know what I mean. You just added the 3D effect. So that's a cool gun. No, grenade launcher part to his gun, her gun rather. And then so after Orphean knocks the thing away, he then summons an explosive from his head, and that's when Nicole summons the shield, and it's done in a way which is kind of cool. I'm trying to see the shield effect with the previous fight. Actually, did she just summon the shield? Sorry, it's might be too early. Oh yeah, she just flicks at the shield extremely quickly, which is not great. But I do like the gradual formation of the shield. Oh yeah, there you go. It's a pass notch, you know, going a bit green. You know, for the energy, he has a temporary invincibility and astral projection. That's his abilities essentially. And then that's what Nicole what her gun looks like forwardly. And so this is where Nicole quickly gets out her shield, and the shield opens like that to avoid this. I personally call this the firecracker grenade because it has like a continuous explosive effect, and yeah, I like the way Orphean just like summons it to his head. It's part of the fun of him being a killing machine. Yeah, it's like a rather neat idea. Where he's like, oh, it's gonna knock your head away. I'm just gonna literally use my head, and then Nicole just stands and avoids the shield way. And it is also another idea of thought. So when coming up with, oh, you know, how do the characters each fight each? How could each character counter, you know, Orphean? And one of the first ideas was for Glue to smother his whole body around Orphean, and then Orphean can summon mechanical spikes all over his body, which helps him in all sorts of ways. This one being one of them. So he's just shredded Gloop apart, but you know, Gloop's fine. He was he'll be able to like rebuild himself. And I say another quick detail is that actually, first of all, what did the firecracker gun look like? That looks kind of cool. Yeah, you can see how it would be explosive multiple times, but also you can see how Nicole, her hand is like on the handle, but then the handle eventually is like hidden behind the shield, which is like a really quality detail. You can see it again. Yeah, and the way it just springs up is rather cool. So it looks like Glute can change the size as well. But yeah, it's like no, and then there's the multiple spikes as well. So just watch one it just climbs up and he's like, no, thank you. And this part I quite like as well because how Wolf is gone to fetch. He's gonna throw him, like that, and then that was Zami's lightning, so he's still firing from afar, and that created a like a move where he's hit on the head and the legs both times, simultaneously, which flips him over on the floor until a serviceman comes about and and accelerates the car, thumps Apathnos Orpheum backwards like that. And yeah, we'll watch it again because that was quite a lot of busy work. So yeah, Herwolf just quickly grabs Apathnos to throw him, and then yeah, I kind of wish there was like more of a moment to make the most out of that flicker there. But yeah, despite the car hitting into Orpheum again, presumably it might have hit against a rock, but that's made Orpheum like fall over, and then he whacks his fist, to which it's the reason it's grey there is because his hand would be behind. Oh yeah, because the assets were behind. Yeah, because that's his other hand. Okay. But yeah, look at the glass breaking on the floor. That's like quite a convincing car smash. That is. Oh, there you go. You have a bit of a better idea of Orpheum like being flipped over, with lightning hitting his legs and his head getting hit as well. And then, oh yeah, okay, so he has some of the slicing as well, some of his blades, he's summoning all over his body and he shreds apart like that. Even the car goes back and forward a tad, which is a neat detail. Yeah, that's really solid and realistic, that is. And you can see how Orpheum's arms is overlapped and then it goes push the car. And then I kind of like this move as well. So Glute quickly went to Zami and he transforms his whole body to cover Zami, and yeah, and that car was just thrown. And what I will say is that the way it's sped up is a tad off, but I still like it. And yeah, Orpheum definitely has super strength to throw yeah, like to be thrown like that. But yeah, it's a cool moment of Gloop, to like make his body like a shield to protect Sammy. So the other servicemen are arrived, and then this is about into a missile shooting essentially, and it looks like explosions seem to be prized vehicles in this universe. But even the transformation once again is extremely cool. Look at that! And yeah, even inside his body are a couple of like black limbs almost, which you do see one more instance of later on and in other parts. So once again, it is just exploring the whole mechanical side of things. So cool. Oh yeah, there goes another black limb he has, inside him essentially. So stretches out, and I like the way it zigzags as well because it just makes it a bit more edgy and mechanical. And so he does that. Yeah, and the reason there was like a small transition is because this is probably like seconds later, and especially when he's changing position, and so this is where he starts to finish the rest, and we can still infer that Gloop is still squished by the car nearly, and so is Zami. So Orpheum reaches out and he grabs hold of Nicole in that way, and then that was Apathnos' multiple astral projections, just bounce off him like that. That's what Orpheum notices, and he summons the mechanical hand again. This time fires at it, and so it traps Apathnos in that way. yeah, he does look rather uncomfortable, doesn't he? Yeah, it's just there's just something about that which I really like. It's almost like my favorite part of the fight because of the way he like shuts them both down, because he grabs or here. I don't know why she got her legs crossed. I don't know. Even the projections there look kind of cool there. Apologies. Where is it? There you go. So yeah, I've already talked about how yeah, like that, and then whilst still grabbing onto Nicole, like swings her into the ground, and it's done in a way which is quite convincing and kind of painful as well. Yeah, I just like the way he like throws like that, and then this is then leads to another idea I want to play with, and yes, looks like Orpheum did move you know, like a couple of miles ahead to leave them two there. And then, yeah, so as I was saying, another idea I wanted to play with was that if a wolf does have like these evolutionary abilities, then what would a better version of the current form look like? And yeah, there you go. If you can remember, like the previous Haemon was like very straightforward. This, however, is more amped up, and it meant more pixels and yeah, and just like more spikier and that. Yeah, it's a really cool upgraded look, and just like the similar thing where she's getting thrown on the ground, then he's trying to use one of the spikes to impale Orpheon, and then Orpheon looks like he extended his leg a bit there to kick her away, and then Hailwolf then tries to jump and move a bit as gets a bigger claw, but then this is where Orpheon uses like in between a blade and a gun and gets like that, which you can see with that explosion there, and then that hurts Hailwolf at a point where it goes back to her original form. We'll watch it again because oh yeah, because there you go, you can see the original way Haemon there, but then it just kind of goes into that creature like that, and then yeah, there you go. It's yeah, you'll see what happens to Hailwolf later on, and I'm surprised the rest of them aren't in hospital, but yeah, there you go. And yeah, just a lot stronger in that. And with the spike she's trying to apply, yeah, I was trying to use that elbow spike. Yeah, there you go. And then she like you know, shrinks down into a normal in a normal body, and then Orpheum flies off knowing that they're all been fought. And then there you go, this is the base summoning Gatling guns, and unfortunately the grey is too light to see that these machine guns were meant to be attached to the base. But considering how bold the base is, these sentry guns are probably like further towards the camera, you could say. Let's go back a bit. Yeah, even the way Orpheum like summons the weapons, they do gradually go in and out. There are like some weapons like summon on a whim if they're smaller, but you definitely can see how it goes in and out. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah, and then he summons his own wings as well, similar to Dion, which is similar to yeah the books, yeah, because they both can fly. But yeah, these Gatling guns are very gentle against Orpheum, and then this is a cool move I thought about. So I remember thinking, you know, what other metallic thing can he do? And then I thought, what if you like you just throw like could be like metal goo or like just bits of metal, like a collection of shards like mushed together, like thrown towards the gun like that. And even the yeah, and I really like the look of these guns as well, the way they just flip over in place, and then Orpheum like yeah, I think the metal shards Morpheum would have to get back because he literally created a hole in his body just to shut down his gun, and then they have this little flicker to glitch them, and then the last significant parts. So this part I like. So he manipulates one of his arms to create this gun as well, and then yeah, even Mike. So this is the closest I could make to a revolver, which he had in the original novel. So it's cool for him to have that again. And so once Orpheum literally makes a hole in this wall, which you can see more clearly later on, yeah, he shoots both Mike and the gun away. And I'm surprised maybe my clip might be good. Although it looks like it's just hit his face, but never mind. So the air sentry gun's just been snapped off, and then that smoke's gun there. And so this is where Orphan's like, I'm just going to help myself to the life force right there. Some of the swings, and then off he goes. And so, yeah, we'll, you know what, I'm going to showcase the next few clips despite a fight scene missing. So, yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so I have to admit, so this clip is still, well, the final part of the story is still like unfinished. I think the speed of the clips is still accurate. It's just only missing sound effects, music, and a fight scene. But you'll see me talk about the fight scene in the following. But regardless, so we'll get going. So this is essentially hospital, one of the rooms, and quite a detailed setting because this is like a curtain, and despite being extremely pale, that's meant to be a bed which Wolf slide in. Wolf even has her own hospital wear as well. So the green gear she normally wears, it's hospital instead, and then the others are around. That machine is arguably to keep track of her heart rate, and then this is a trolley of some kind, and then two chairs which often have that design. So yeah. Alright, so if we go forward, no music, thank you. And then this is outside the hospital, which you can somewhat infer because of the service being there. And this is where I get into a couple of personal inspirations. So firstly, it is a coincidence that I made a hospital before I had I was in hospital before, before an ear operation, but if you see my short with the case cast on my hand, yeah, you might have seen the short, which has sadly faulted the production of these animations for the time being. Hopefully less than 3 weeks from now. But yeah, I think it does hit a little bit harder for me to, looking back, created a setting I ended up in a couple of days later. And if you're wondering about the following scene, which I'll show you right now, there you go. You can see Nicole, because she would have been on guard anyway, but she just looks at this window next to it, and you can see a couple, having a newborn, both in hospital wear, by the way. And yeah, hospital bed, same screen. That's meant to be like a softer sofa thing, which I've seen in rooms like these, more like on TV rather than in-person experience. But yeah, I guess just getting slightly personal territory, because earlier this year I found out that I alone, not on alone, because obviously we don't create offspring individually, but I don't have that ability. Yeah, I can't have children. Just due to a couple of bits and bobs, and because I didn't really have like plans for kids, but to be told that there's almost not even a choice, it is quite upsetting. And so it was like one of those things where I think just like that kind of my way to cope with it is to apply it into this doorway in this in the shape of form, and of course it does bring up the question, well, hang on, like Nicole is a female and I'm a male, like why go for her if because of that kind of difference. And it just means because the term infertile can either be it is a term that can be labelled for both men and women that I have found out recently. And yeah, I just thought to like to give Nicole that kind of struggle, throughout her lifetime. Yeah, it's yeah, and I guess just to go forward a bit, you can see how that does seem to disappoint her because in this story, because when trying to expand on these characters, I wanted to give Nicole like a type of story, like her own little story that she can't have everything in her life, um, and because I guess there would have been like one point where she wanted to like be both a soldier and a mum, but the other lifestyle she's wanting is not becoming available for her. And not to mention, I've had her, what was it like, between late 30s, early 40s. I've imagined the character to be, to go for someone who's extremely experienced in combat. But yeah, it's just something that would play on her mind. But on the other hand, as a captain and someone who could lead a team, that's another way she can explore her own parenthood. And that was like something that is very lightly touched upon in the storybooks and novels. That she's like the mature one who helps keep everyone on track. And I think mostly because she is the most human. And but yeah, I just thought something like this would add a bit more depth for her. And but yeah, when making this scene, I just remember thinking, like all this time I was just creating these alien adventures, and then the next thing it it just has a moment like this. And because when I was just thinking of how I could add like deeper themes into a story like this, this is why I thought I figured it out, because despite how brief it is and there's still a lot more chance for it to be explored, this film to me is like a really good start into delving into exploring other kind of emotions in this kind of format. Yeah, because it's not just me and Nicole not having that ability, but it's because the direction of I know Nicole's a made up character I've made up, but it's just the kind of lifestyle that me and Nicole have, which like which like somewhat like discontinues the chance to ever be in that position in life, because after there's childhood, adulthood, and there's parenthood, and one of those boxes will never be ticked, and it is just extremely extremely sad, because I've been hearing loads of updates how there's a load of people I used to know, and even they're starting to have children, and it's nice for them to start families, but we can't help feel like they're like missing that chance, not being able to get what they are able to get, and that does really hit home for me. But on the lighter side of things, I like the look of the baby there, with a smaller head than that, and the way it looks forward. There's like it's just like a really, it's just like nearly speechless. Even the way she like falls her head down is like really effective as well. And because even I guess the reason why it's placed in this scene is I guess it's to add a bit more of a low point, that because Orphean is like close to winning, and one's like not in a great place because Wolf, who's been in the because even if they've not spent a whole heap of time together, they'll probably still feel that Wolf earlier did as well as she can to sort out the situation, and sadly she was unlucky with the injury she's got. Obviously she'll be fine, but it's I think a moment like that would kind of make you question even. I guess I don't know why they haven't picked up Pod, but I think it's as simple as needing to get Wolf into hospital, and maybe they don't know where Pod was. I suppose there's no way of tracking him at this point. So I think that's the answer I can provide. It definitely can be inferred. But yeah, it's just I think it's just also a moment for Nicole to recognise that like despite what she has sadly missed out, she can still go further. Like she'll need a moment to herself, but from the encouragement of others, as you'll see later on, she can still do what only she can do. Because look at me, like yes, I'm not married, I don't have kids, I've missed on quite a lot of other like types of achievements, but I can still make these films, and I think if they go far, that will definitely make me feel like I'm on a like similar level to the others, my own type of success, even if it's far different compared to what other people generally like to aim for. But yeah, just like look at the opacity of that window and how like power like this. It's just I just really like this scene. I really like the guy's jacket there. That's like really cool. Anyway, so we'll get on with the story now. We've gone past all of the deep stuff, and and if you're wondering, I do have a whole heap of other ideas. I like that. Other ways of visualizing other how do you describe it? I guess like overcoming any negative feelings or anything that's happening to you. Like my own influences, I will still like to continue to apply to the story one way or another. But at the end of the day, it is still quick-paced fantasy sci-fi animations, and so this is where Orphean then blends the metal, the nitra from the star, and then the life force here, and then they because I think he's like surrounded by a massive system of some kind which sort of here. So the mace is back, which is kind of cool. I remember thinking it was a bit odd for a robot to have a mace weapon, even if it was tech-based from time to time, but I think it's still cool to bring it back, and also for it to be like charged up in this weapon here. And not to mention, this room almost goes into the realm of being overly detailed, but by dimming it like this, it does make Orphean and the weapon because the weapon at least moves, so you're like, oh, okay, so that's like a singular object. And you can see a laser that he's fired at, not far from the hospital. There's a car park, by the way. And that throws spots right here and convincingly grew from the ground, so that's how it can make more of them, and that's how they do come by. So, and so despite Nicole's low point, Mike recognises what is upsetting her, so he already knows what's going on. I understand why you are feeling that at the moment, but we've got an issue that definitely needs sorted right now. This is like a chance to stop Orphean and his army right now, and so just gets the hologram up and shows that out, and then even Nicole's got a weapon ready to be like, okay, let's get going. And then she mentions the ship, which would mean just need to travel and etc. You'll see what I mean later. So ship moves. it moves to the mountain really. I don't know why it's done that, but I think it's like a way for. I'm going to say yeah, from the ship is just moving to the highest mountain, so yeah, it's out of reach of everyone. And this is where Pod, is waking up and sees that, and you can see, oh, he's not too far from where he landed, but with lying on his back like that, I think he's still trying to recover from the injury he's got. And it's also worth mentioning that orcas do have white both below and near their eyes, but it's because when trying to copy and paste them on a white background, it's hard to get rid of, after making the screenshot then to white the background. It can be tricky like that sometimes, so that's why it's a bit grey on the bottom there. But I could make it a tad lighter, have a go with it, see if it, because with the older pod model, which I'll bring up, because it's, I just remember every time I had to like trim the size of his head like ever so carefully, because I couldn't just select the colour and then wipe it, because it would have been getting rid of half of his face, which kind of sucks, but never mind. But anyway, so he sees what's going on, and that's when he creates a nice ramp, which is quite cool in detail actually, because you can see how like icicles being formed below. By the way, it's not fun to the subscription. So yeah, that's how he would travel for the time is. That's cool. Then this is the same spot, and you can just see there's loads of them more being grown. But the shot is closer. Well, I'll say it's closer and closer. That's basically the top of the mountain, but you can see where he's at. Due to presumably could be like shadowing golf. Maybe he's not quite at the top, therefore there's like some sun rays in the way, or maybe he's opposite a dark cloud, which is why it's a bit dim here. But you can still see off and right there, he stands up just about when he fixes the green eye. And so he still sees his position, and it's meant to be jabbed in the ground. I'll definitely indicate that. Well, no, it will be indicated. Because I've still got the last scene left, but I'll forget to add that on. So yeah, it's just jabbed in mountain, just like in the former version of the new clan, and also like a new form that the previous version. Dom fights Orpheum first, and so Louis is like high up, and you do get some idea of what closer up in the mountain looks like. And I've added these edges to the mountain, which the edges of a land, which is extremely neat. But regardless, he's just no, I don't. Where's my mouse gone? But yes, ideal. Just flies into lunch, and then I think we're getting to a bit more sunlight, presumably. So I think Orpheum just manages to get to arrive quickly, and then and Adios also like lands on his feet, and then that's where if he does a punch that fires back, the missile just managed to get him. And then I always wondered what happened then, but I think he was trying to duck from a shard, that Orpheum's about to summon. But then, and then he like speed moves and rolls to like trip Orpheum up, and then he shoots him with a laser, and that's enough to get rid of the blade and the arm. And I think it does shift slightly. We'll just go for that. So a bunch doesn't work, and then he like knocks over. Like the assets, they move a little bit, and I'm going to say it's because of like the leaping from the ground. So move a bit. But anyway, I just want to see. But oh, so yeah, then that's the thing with Dion. He like. And yeah, not to mention that yeah, but once Orphean is like shut up, yeah, you can see the little laser that yeah, they didn't. Then yeah, that causes the ground to crack. I feel like that should be like instead of brown because of it being rock, but soil can crack too, especially dry soil. So he's trying to indicate that. But yeah, so Orpheum manages to reach for his arm, and I tell you what, that blade I'm going to try and maintain, or at least try and attempt to solve that little continuity error. But if I am unable to, then fair enough, it sucks. I think did Dion? Oh, so that's what Orpheum did. Yeah, he's just like kicked him away that way. So he's got enough time to get his arm, and then he does the thing hole, you know, like reaching up to him to grab him, and then that's where I'll try and make that more convincing as well, like faster or stronger, I'm not sure. But you can see how it's chipped pieces off the uneven like an arm as well. And he swings into the ground, and then Pod literally just throws himself. And then that's Nicole. She's in her own car, just one that's a different colour scheme. And yes, cars can drive up in this universe, and it's a developed enough car. So yeah, this is definitely the most damaged Dion looks. But then there's Zami, so you can infer he's come from the ship. And then he's got a bit of a star, so you can infer that he's quickly gone to space and back. But yeah, there you go. And then, yep, so we'll get on to the pretty much next fight scene and then the ending scenes. Alright, so let's get to the last few scenes because they're rather cool ones, as far as I can remember. Is that volume's not on to move down? There it is. Okay. Right here. Oh yeah, there you go. So in a bit, you pretty much get the aftermath. So Orpheum would have been defeated at this point, and then there's this slightly amusing gag where Gloop borrows Aphosnos's blades, and the way he goes back and forward like that is quite inspiring. Actually, you might have seen earlier the way Orpheum like picks up Dion, or Diaz rather. That's done like extra smooth, and I think it's just because of the number of frames. Alright, so on to the next scene. So this is pretty much this is Orpheum. So yeah, this does use the official render, so it'll be a bit slow when playing it, some of it anyway, but at least we can see how these parts are placed together. Okay, so yeah, so we last saw Pod at the beginning. He climbed up using some ice, and now he's about to crash down into this part of the cliff. So yeah, so this is moved, and yeah, as far as I can, I thought Pod was getting kicked, but no, I think they're just around there. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, there you go. That's more helpful. Okay, and then in fact, I'll play it just in case the scrolling doesn't work. So one thing I remember doing, I'll keep playing the clip, so it's just like jogging memory and that. So in fight scenes you do get the normal hand-to-hand moments, but then you also can have a whole heap of fighting moments that proper stands out. And this is almost like a mix in between, like there's some which are a bit more smaller, but then there's these massive significant ideas. And firstly, this is essentially like a hand combat situation, which has a call through highlights. So hopefully the scroll works. If not, I'll play it. So Pod throws a punch that gets clamped, which makes Pod look away quickly, and then he does a what's that called? A crisscross kick, something like that, because you can see how normal front kick, then he leaps to do the other one, and as you can see, Orpheon keeps his guard up, so lower, mid, and high. And then in the meantime, Pod freezes his own hand. And I remember wondering what his ice powers were like. And I remember, and this definitely confirms that, he can place the ice on himself, but he still has tried it. Because I still would like to have like this similar approach, to the storybook / original novels where where Pod gains more power as he uses the trident more, and then he's able to use the power on its own. Yeah, sorry, that took a lot to think. Anyway, and so this is almost like a similar direction instead, because in the first book of either original version or original public version, because there's there's a video that would come after this which explains the multiverse idea I've come up with based on previous versions of the story, but we'll get to that. Not the video for it right now, but regardless, so the original books that you first saw storybooks off on YouTube, a couple of years ago, Pod originally just used the trident as just a weapon. He was like the tank, but no powers at this point, but he slowly gains more powers over time, such as the Tengas, the crab creatures book 2, they help, just mainly explaining that that the power like simply exists for some of the basics, and then the Pod would have got better at that over time, and the Suchers, which are the statue beings, they've taught him the super form move, which is used once in book 3 in either version, but then in book 5 he does use the form again, which is a really cool payoff. Book 4 is where the trident breaks, but he's still able to keep going with his power, and then it continues with book 5. So because there are like some origin story ideas that I would like to do for Pod, especially a Pod that doesn't have powers, and so you probably would just found the trident in that. I have a good few ideas, especially when I can make Mechajaw a bit more of a personal foe compared to what he was like in the storybooks. But at this point, it's almost like in between 3 and 4 level of power, as in books 2, 3, and 4 level of power, like that kind of similarity. Hopefully you can see it scroll, but he freezes his arm, and then I think Orpheus manages to bend himself. It kind of reminds me of a spring. What toy was it that you can like pull him back, but then it straightens before it tucks in again? It's something like that. But Orpheus is a lot of fun, and then it looks like Pod is ducking anyway, but Orpheus must have threw himself a bit as he tried to throw the laser, which is reasonable enough. And then thought Pod to dodge it that way. You were right there. That's more like a pistol-sized weapon which Orpheus used, because Orpheus does shapeshift a lot and he does spawn a lot of weapons, but they're almost like the same purpose. There's a lot of characters of mine that are a bit like that, even Zami. Like, even if he has different types of abilities with a variety of gadgets, the aim in the game is still zapping, whether short or long distance or even from above. It's just like different directions of it. Because I think that kind of building up to a being's abilities is fine, unless making sure it doesn't go too out of whack. Yeah, because even something else I've thought about is that because as you'll see later, Pod uses water, but he uses it from his I think it's called, oh yeah, your blowhole. You know what whales have. Yeah, Pod Finestor has his, and yeah, the part at the top of his head, you know, like all whales have. And yeah, although that's just normal water, but yeah, I was thinking that over time he can learn fire and water because you know he is still holding a natural element, and yes, that idea is continued from the novels and that. So yeah, yeah, Orphan goes a bit taller and Pod ducks while he just moves his head, and then this is an interesting moment. So I remember, um, um, how did I? Oh, it was because of the kick. Oh yeah, and then I just remember thinking, oh, you know, if they're going to get off this platform, how do I make this work? And thankfully, um, yeah, this idea where Pod creates like a bit of a side platform, and oh yeah, because he knocks off into this bit of ice here, which hopefully I get to slow that part down enough in the final form because it would be cool to appreciate it. And I also like how the arm like slowly goes away. He could try it again, but no mind. But anyway, so Orpheon tries to go for a kick, and your Pod would have whacked the trident away. And then Orpheon's bounced back once, but then Pod throws the trident towards his face. And then, oh, you can see how Pod quickly. Oh yeah, firstly, what a cool 3D effect. If you look at Pod, he's yeah, the arm is in front, his right arm, and then it just goes back up and down his face. That was proper cool. It adds a bit more three dimensionality. No, well, just makes it a bit more 3D despite being a 2D thing. And but yeah, he anticipates a jump, and then he grabs the trident, and I feel like that dip is a bit much. Maybe I don't know. I'll have another look at it. Um, and you can also see the ice on the right is also dimmed down as well because some layers I can like choose to maintain, especially still ones. So I decided to keep the ice platform, but not that wall. But oh yeah, because that wall was it was part of the character animation, so I just thought yeah, I better put that aside. Whilst the ice platform on the left was its own layer, so that's how I sorted that out. But I have to make sure it's consistent. Could it mean more solid ice therefore maintains? I could see that happening. Anyway, so he grabs the trident as it's been done to his face, and then they roll down to the following platform, which is a really cool move. It's something that yeah, it's never happened in these films. So yeah, the fight definitely stands out. And not to mention, this is like part of the fun of limiting the film to a phone format. You know, you can just see them like fall downward your screens. I just thought, yeah, that's really cool. So like I say, grabs the trident, rolls a bit, and then they both land like that, which is kind of cool. You know, proper animal versus a proper robot. And then what's next? Oh yeah, so he quickly shoots ice. Oh, is there a bit missing? I'll have a look at that. And then even Orpheon looks like he was about to summon a gun, but then he must have widened his arm for defense. I think that was the intention. Um, oh, maybe did Orpheon get rid of the first ice device? Maybe I'm not sure, but I like the following one, even if it's a bit sudden. So yeah, just a big sheet, and then there you go. Yep, Orpheon solid white block. Yeah, that was really convincing. But as established with Gloop trying to go all over him, not all of that ice. Yeah, Orpheon could just some of these metallic blades, and then off the ice it goes. I was trying to figure out how to say that, and then that's where what was. I think Pod was probably going to go for another punch. Fair enough. I suppose if he has a good chance um, whilst the ice was still falling on him. And then that bigger arm that Orpheon made, that's caused that explosion, which makes Pod roll back. And then Orpheon then shifts himself to create these lasers. Oh yeah, this is where he squirts the water, and I think he did that in the hopes of because you know machines don't often react well to water, but that's definitely the case here. But yeah, I quite like it as like a secondary kind of move. I would definitely would need to use it again to make it a more like powerful ability. Because yeah, it just looks like a very weak solution here. It's almost like a let's say like a secret agent. He has a very cool handheld weapon, but then he like throws a DVD disc, and then he's like, oh, you know, that didn't work. So yeah, I need to make up for that. And then that's where yeah, and then this happens rather quickly, and you can just about see Pod's feet fly away as these three lasers like suddenly come about. So yeah, just another type of machinery. There you go, just more fun with Orpheum there. All right, and then that's where we get to what would be next? I think it might be the shot of Nicole driving up. If not, it depends how I place it. But you have the fight between three of them against him. Yeah, that's coming up. All right, so now let's get on to. Then make sure this is mute. Yeah, there you go. Yep. So Orpheum then fights the others. There you go. So yeah, I might have mentioned this. So basically, you know, when Nicole was like, "Oh, you know, get your craft," and that's where he yeah, flies up space quickly, gets a star, and then Orpheum, sorry, Dios then has it there. And I just suddenly realised I didn't know. How did the Legion know this would help him? I'm not sure. I can always fix that with subsequent stories. So yeah, this is yeah, where Orpheum fought the others earlier. No, no, oh, this bar sometimes. Anyway, right. So let's go bit by bit. Which actually that'll be a bit tricky, won't it? Let me just find the thing on its own. Okay, so as Zami provides Dios the star, it then leads to this scene. He says, there you go. And yeah, this is straight from the third shot composition, not the animation itself. So you can ignore how jittery the speed is. If anything, you can see more of the movements. So this is where Pod gets thrown up, and I've suddenly realised, as you can see on the bottom right, I can't get the laser this time because it's on a video format, but the you can see how Orpheum is like grappled himself up, which is a really cool part. I could do slowing down the animation maybe, and it goes by like lightning fast. So I could do with definitely slowing down, because what's also quick is that Nicole just literally drove up to the top of the mountain, you know, presumably seeing this fight, and then what she shoots is a concussion. There you go, and it has a different kind of explosion effect, which is rather cool. And then, as you'll later see, you know, Elvin just takes the effect, and his eyes start flashing. So these concussions seem to be somewhat effective. And then, oh yeah, because Bod quickly sees that, and then, oh yeah, that's an indicator that he heard Dion coming, but he still slams the trident into the ground, and he freezes to keep Orpheum still. I think I just saw a quick flicker, but I think that was easy to and to see. Also, I think just to make this easier, I think I'll go character by character almost. So we'll begin with Nicole in the background, because she yeah, that'll be the easier part. So yeah, but the first thing she does is shoot for concussion, which buys some time as Pod and Dios help each other out. Then Nicole can do this, which I remember wondering, oh yeah, because you can see her legs are up. That duplication, I think, has also been solved. I think I've accidentally gone for the wrong video file, but anyway, never mind that. Yeah, there's no accidental flicker in the final film like that. But yeah, I strongly suggest that. Okay, and then yeah, because when giving Nicole this ability, I remember thinking, yeah, is this like the right time to introduce it? And I remember thinking, yeah, I don't really know any other scenarios, because this is definitely her going from one place to the next, because as she isn't an alien, she can't really take the hits like the others can, because I mean, she's simply human and not an alien, and so yeah, she's yeah, she's far better when she's long range. Yeah, she has been effective dozens of times from what we've seen before and from what happens here. Although I say long range, she does have to come in a bit closer bravely, which yeah, that pays off as you'll later see. Anyway, so yeah, this is the same kind of grappling hook that the servicemen have. Although what the servicemen possessed were actually more like a grappling. Oh, could it be? Oh, let's see. Yeah, this is an exciting thought. So, because what servicemen? Oh yeah, I think as a heavier gun, I think they would have been used to tangle their foes. But what Nicole uses here, presumably, of a serviceman, because you know they're under the same base after all. Presumably, I think they would have this kind of grapple gun. I just see the thing disappear. Hopefully that's been sorted as well. If not, I can give that a fix. And also, this was that meant to travel? I still like the way that like it flows through because it's a long laser anyway. So yeah, it's like having the laser more so in the bits rather. So she fires, which enables Pod to freeze the laser itself, and as you can later see, Pod smashes a frozen laser on top of Ozona, which is it's not the most realistic thing, you know, to freeze a laser and then to make an explosive thing. And I guess what you could say, although late Nicole has fired at Ozona before and it's not done much, so presumably a combination between making a laser more like a solid object to whack. I can see that adding to the benefit, especially with someone as strong as Orpheon, yeah, because he needs to be taking all sorts. And so Nicole stays there for quite some time, but then that's where Ozone launches, you know, the previously mentioned firecracker explosives, which, yeah, they call that because, as you can see with Pod, for instance, you know, just like a load of flickers. But this is a highlight, so if you keep an eye on Cole at the back left, top left rather, so she sees this quite soon, and so she sadly leaves the gun behind, but it seems to be fine. And then that's how she dives out the way, which was just a rather smart move because you can see the firecracker yeah, backed in, and you can also see that it's made up of these little explosions followed by a bigger one, which I'm not sure if that was done before, but I still like how it's used here. Yeah, and because of how cool the concept is, I think once the servicemen or other bases around the world, which could also be interesting, yeah, I could see them like carrying over a firecracker's use, yeah, because it's just multiple explosives in one really, which is rather cool. And so yeah, Nicole is yeah, so she flattens a bit to indicate more of a land, and then for the rest of the film, she's in this crawling position. And I think the size is still accurate, but as you see, oh, okay, this is part one of the film, so I think we'll just talk about the rest. But Nicole just does some crawling around, which we'll get to. We'll just go back to the start. So anyway, so let's go just cover the rest. And so after, as you can see in the centre, that was Orpheon's mace, which isn't exactly used. It seemed to be used more like a tool, and because of the green colour, it can be implied that this is what produced the laser that's spawning these niche bots, yeah, all over. And so that weapon just left there, and everyone's concentrated on fighting at the moment. Anyway, and so after Nicole helps fight the concussion, which you can see the design of it, and then that does catch Orphan off guard, and then Pod puts the trident there, which creates the ice, which traps Orpheon, and then Dios flies in, and he grabs Ozona as he starts performing laser eyes on his face, and you can see how both the explosive and like some like I guess like metallic particles, you can see like a tiny bit of particle effect as Dion does it, but then he does get knocked. Although one thing I have noticed is that Pod has noticed Nicole being there, so that's where they do work together a bit more. Presumably, as Diaz has got Orpheon there. But yeah, Orphean literally falls his head over, which knocks Dion out. He goes down to the floor, but we know that he'll be back. And another challenge with these animations is just making sure it's all in line, especially when all of this is just a load of still layers. And so yeah, that was timed pretty much perfectly. So yeah, this is enough to get Dios onto the floor. That cracks the ice around his feet. Then Orphean, this is almost like a small breather because of these couple of attacks, but yeah, now Orphean releases the firecrackers, and I've mentioned the one that flies towards Nicole, and I guess they were just effectively launched from his head, and the other one was dropped. I think that's the impression I've got. Okay, so before Pod's firecracker, you could say activates. Pod cleverly freezes himself to defend himself from the explosion, and it works just enough because he does feel the effect but not necessarily hurt, although his feet does get a bit caught here, but maybe these smaller explosives don't do much to him compared to how it would definitely have hurt Nicole, because Pod's more like a tank, and it's exploding right next to Orphean as well, but maybe you can take it, or it's just yeah, maybe it's like a bit of a trick. You need to be like, oh hey, gotcha, in the bot. You could be that risk at damaging himself, but maybe Orphean is damaged more so by the more physical impact as opposed to attacks around him, which can be backed up by all sorts, especially with what the rest of this clip looks like. So yeah, as Pod freezes himself, he once again a low opacity brush as and the little bicycles as well. It's a rather cool effect. I'll definitely going to use that ability again. So yeah, he gets launched, and then that's where Pod then kneels to do something. But firstly, Dios comes all the way back up, but he drops a rock, and I really like the movement here. So he just goes, he just floats, and I've also made sure that the rock is a bit lighter this time, because if you remember when the others for Orphean and the greys between Orphean and the rocks were kind of getting mixed up, but with this rock I made sure it's a bit lighter, so you can definitely see it's like more rock and more in the forefront. And so Dios lifts it up a tad and then drops it, which affects Orphean at a point where yeah, he collapses, as you can see, like that. Boo! Yeah, really cool. And then that's where Pod, in the meantime, he was swinging his arm to form an ice ball. It's disappeared once. So I think sometimes when clips are faster, the whole in and out thing um, with the layer might not be noticed. Because I was rewatching it loads of times recently, and that had its final speed almost. But I do need to keep out for it. But regardless, see a Pod yeah, forms ice which grows over time, and then that's where Dion does the same thing and frozen yeah, some eyes on two Orphean right like that. And so as you can see, there's definitely like some kind of teamwork combination, you know, with Pod freezing Nicole's laser, and then Pod forming a pretty much like a thick icy heavy ball for Dios to catch and to chuck on Ozona as well. So it's just like another thing to throw Mosses down. But anyway, let's just get to continue. Okay, and then so once again we'll just focus on what Nicole's doing. So as she's stayed into, gonna start playing, yeah, and then yeah, she's like slowly crawls, you know, because it goes to the battle, and then you can see that her left hand spawns a grenade, and she lifts it up for anticipation, and then she lobs it, and then you can see that it's behind Ozona. Ozona? No, Orphean. Ozona's next. Yeah, Orphean there. Yeah. So he gets somewhat affected by the explosion, and then that's where Nicole like quickly crawls herself back, and oh, she thinks she flashed a bit, as in you know, the layer flickering. Okay, and then that's where she helps travel the weapon that tells Pod later on, and she's pretty much in the same position from then on. All right, and so yes, after chucking the ice ball on Orpheon, Dios then flies away, presumably for another. I guess we'll find out. I think it will help with the repositioning, but regardless, that's where Orpheon then opens one of his arms and it fires a missile which knocks Pod back into this rock here, hard enough to crack it. And then this is where so Dion was going for a bit of a charge, which pushes him back a bit, and it's animated well enough. I could add other motion graphics, but I don't want to make it too cartoony. Like in Looney Tunes, for instance, when it has "whop," etc., like these words and written down here. I don't want to do that. But yeah, I think it looks sensible enough. And then Dios then continues firing lasers, especially when Nicole is using the grenade as well. And this is where it gets a bit mixed up, because Orpheon then uses, if you remember when Orpheon just grabs some metal out of him or spawns it, and he threw it at those sentry guns, or like just turrets on top of the base, earlier, when he lobbed all three of them. This time he throws one, which sticks to Dios in time as he jumps up, and he once again just performs anticipation as he jumps. Then, as you can somewhat see, I'll go back here. Dios essentially gets trapped, and with all that metal, so he's going to struggle to get out. He does get out eventually. I'll just quickly show you, like at the end of this sequence, which I'll get to. Dios then just managed to break out of it eventually, and it's evident by the extra cracks on the left of the tree. But as for the rest, when Pod gets thrown into that rock, he's leaning forward for a little bit, and then he does get up anytime soon. And as you can see, that's what the front of the trident looks like. If it was facing towards the camera, you can see that the spikes are the lighter parts of the trident going across the width of it, the width of the top. Alright, and then this is where he gets up, and then is this where he rolls? Yeah, he's in sync with Nicole, which is kind of lucky. I think he might have spotted her doing this. And as for the roll, it's a bit stiff. I could have made him a bit more circular. I'll definitely would like to show that off in another clip in the future. But regardless, so he forward rolls, and then he is in time with Nicole grabbing the other weapon off him, and then he does a small jump, and then using the same animation as but instead of throwing the trident, it's throwing this instead. And I thought that oh yeah, there you go, you can see that green flicker. There it is. Yep, so yeah, that's where the life force is currently being withheld in, just this tool. And I think also to make it a bit more consistent, or aiming to be more consistent, is that I've often had it where Nitrobots they can withstand physical damage, but they do get affected by energy, which is backed up by Orpheon not being great with the concussion earlier, or EMP, or whatever you like to call it. So I guess one reason why he doesn't use that weapon is to protect himself because it's thankfully like a in-case tool which he used to fire the laser earlier. But you'll need to be careful with the energy. I think I could do with showing off that energy weakness a bit more, and I think I'll do that with Dios because he's only been affected by jets being fired at him, and also Orpheon being made up of the same metal, kind of chip him away. But there hasn't really been any effect, any affected systems or any abilities getting cut off because he's getting affected. For instance, when any technology gets affected by the wind, especially antennas, yeah, it's basically that kind of effect I want to go for. But yeah, I'll definitely expand on that kind of side of things. But anyway, so we'll get to the end of this clip. So yeah, you saw the green effect earlier, the way Orpheum just intakes the life energy like that, and then it does pit Orpheum, and also you can see how Orpheum did, if it like opened a gap in his chest, and then it gets filled, especially when because you know sometimes Photoshop, there it is, it even when you fill it in, there can be edges, but I've thought, you know, I'll leave these edges in just to showcase a bit more reforming of its chest, you know, to replenish the metal. And so yeah, and this is where I think we'll go through this slowly, because I think one of my highlights for making these is actually like the transformation sequences, you know, like the Hellwolf stuff, you know, that we've seen from time to time. It's just extremely satisfying to watch. Granted, it's lengthy, but the result is worth it. And yeah, just like yeah, the novel of the previous version of this story, you know, when Orpheum does get a tree spawned within him and it outgrows and the tree becomes part of the mountain. Well, there it is again. I'd say it's a bit awkwardly positioned because it's on the edge. Oh, hang on, I've got something about. Let me come back to you. Alright, so if we go to the tree bit, we just want to do its thing. Oh yeah, because yeah, hopefully the clip will be slow. So yeah, once again, once it is that flash of green? Yeah, there it is. And then thankfully do get a much slower showcase of the sequence. Yeah, it's ever so cool. And I think the starting bits are stronger, and when you watch the actual animation, the clip is far quicker. But I had to watch it over time. And oh yeah, by the way, you can see the breaking free from his thing, and yeah, the land cracks, as you see. Yeah, there it is. But yeah, because yeah, as mentioned, that they do take the longest, but it's almost like the most satisfying result. And I was even like having to go with like the pieces of metal sticking out, but I think in the end it was just to cover the entire body. And I still have the idea to because in the previous version of the story, the it was Retron alongside like the humans who do mine nitro and then use it. But this in this version of the story, I'm definitely aiming to put more emphasis on it and make it a bit more gradual in some way, shape, or form. And that would mean that the next, yeah, definitely like the early stories would definitely need to have more focus towards that. And but yeah, it is just really satisfying. And looking at the tree now, I think it's like, you know, those trees that hang at the end of a mountain. It'll be like one of those kind of trees, which I think it'll be cool to have it like be seen from afar. And something like that. Yeah, I think that could be really cool. And yeah, definitely revisited to get it harvest. And not to mention, yeah, like when Bod throws the trident, yeah, he flops on the floor and then he looks up to see the final result. And yeah, definitely a tree of its own design somewhere, because I want to pay attention to vegetation moments like this, and I don't think I've done trees like other than the alien planet earlier with these long trees and the palm trees, you know, in the alien world. Yeah, it's just one I want to pay attention to more. So this is just a far more unique tree design. And yeah, you do see the leaves come by as well. And oh yeah, if you're wondering, you know, plants that grow metal, or it'll be explained more later on. And yeah, because previous to the version of the story, especially the novel version, it is because it's an element which are the most powerful forms of energy. The vegetation was strong enough to with more damage the metal and the internal well, just the inside of Orpheum basically, and this will be the same case here, except it will need to be displayed more visually. It's more like a case of, oh, so that's why that's the case. Although I feel like Nitro might be a bit weaker in this version of the story, which is fine, because in that way it just helps the stakes a bit more, you know, to not make any characters too overpowered. Yeah, because it's the same as I'm for as well. Like, I still want him to have the hardest hits, but he would need to be a bit weaker to make it easier for us to fight him. And but yeah, also yeah, there's that the moment when the tree just goes out of his eye. That's where he's like, yeah, he's done, definitely done for. And but yeah, it's just the go from A to B. It's just yeah, like wow. And yeah, it just definitely goes from branching out and then outgrowing him, and then it covers him, and then the leaves come by. So you pretty much get the idea. So yeah, well, yeah, that's basically the Elfian's defeat, and I'll definitely would like to bring him back in like prequel stories. But yeah, I feel like I've used him rather well, especially the kind of abilities he have and how he bounces off from others. But yeah, if doing an origin story, I think it would be fun to see how he would bounce with other characters ability wise. So yeah, let's just go on to the next part. Okay, so I'm just going to play both clips and see what they're like. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Oh yeah, so first things first. So when I mentioned earlier about like wondering where the base was set at, and I remember thinking, when I mentioned Scotland at the start, I remember thinking, yeah, that could make sense because Scotland is high enough after all, nearby the Arctic. Yeah, granted, the Arctic could be a bit, it looks a bit closer, but it's still the best inference. And yeah, I managed to create these flags, and it's required more pixels than most things, but I'm still really impressed with the results. And but yeah, so this was some of the last clips I've added because I was like, oh yeah, we need to acknowledge the ship. And just like any other previous version of the story, the storybook one and then the novel version, yeah, it's Dios that does destroy the ship. And obviously it's much quicker here, but yeah, Dios does fly up to he reaches the ship, and then he goes through a very established room, and as you can see, he does drop a explosive in each room, yeah, that kind of thing. So it's almost like one that you left and then it detonates on its own, or maybe by his command. It's there are like abilities that the characters never had before in prior version of the stories, but I can see how weapons like that could be rather handy for him. And oh yeah, what does the ship window like? Oh yeah, it's just facing the mountain. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And so yeah, he would have quickly fly down, and yeah, there you go. The ship is no more. Yeah, because oh yeah, if you're also wondering, the ship would have. It is inferred, or I'm inferring that the ship rose a bit, and then that's where then it explodes in that way. So yeah, but yeah, it's good to have a final location. Just like just seeing whereabouts it would be. And I could go for the Pangea idea, but that could also be done in another way whilst keeping the main format of Earth, our current globe map, you could say. So yeah, pretty much get the gist of that one. Yeah, I'd say looking at that setting, that is far too detailed. I guess it was kind of cool, earlier, but yeah, I do feel like there's over detailed. But thankfully, I think because of Neos is brighter, it helps. Yeah, this room was far better. And yeah, and also not to mention because even the prior animation, like the first version that was coming from like the novels, and you see a good amount of Nitrobots, the army. They're not that much of a presence here, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, they do appear, in the next scene, for instance, but yeah, I think once again, I think that's where people material could help, or if I could make him surviving ones, that could be kind of cool. But I've already had that idea for another type of robot, which I've made in the sequel version of the previous version story, and just seeing what happens from there. So yeah, I think that's it in this one, isn't it? Yeah, just another nice boat in eating up, you could say. So yeah, we'll go on to some of the final scenes. I think so anyway. But anyway, so yeah, so this is like Luke stretching them out to hit those either side. Then I don't know what those niche bots were doing. I think they were starting to come into frame, I think. No, I think I better do it in that way. Yeah, because even that's done too quickly. But yeah, regardless of the speed of things, and see, as you'll see in the final thing, then it tries to like coming later to prevent, like the question of, why aren't they shooting at them both? But then, yeah, Zoe then comes either side, presumably from the mountain, and then he zaps them both like that. And then, as you might have seen, so after, even this is done extra smooth as well. Yeah, you might have seen the Pasnos's question mark kind of come from his head. I've done an orange one this time because it's just to make it pop a bit more, but it was just like a question of why did you like nub my blades? So it's just like a little bit of levity, but I'll try and work on comedy because I think comedy you have to be definitely on point on, but it's just I just find it slightly amusing. All right, so this is the entrance room again, and so everything's all one and done, and then we have the appearance of it's the president. There he is, and it's I've carried over a lot of the what the president looks like, because I first drew him in. It was this character sketch first, which I'll slap onto the screen. You can see him around the bottom left, and then he was carried over into the storybooks. But yeah, he knows Mike and Retron. They've been the three of them were like an army trio, which will be another cool animation idea as well. And but yeah, you could also see the start of Retron just being like, my angle, like, where's my medal? And so I think it's just like the start of his like neglect almost. I think when making like the following films, it will need to show Retron like wants to be top dog and that, because that's what the storybook attempted, and the novels somewhat put on the forefront quite a bit. So part of me wanted me to put him more on the forefront, but I think this story already has a lot to focus on already, and this is the best I could do with the medals. Military achievements, somewhat, that everyone gets rewarded with, well, except for Retron, of course. And it's also quite slightly funny where he's like, I got one, and I'm just going to slap them on like that. And I don't mind that. I think I might still leave that as it is, because it's because these animations, they almost work like video game logic-ish, like the way it goes from A to B so suddenly, but I still need to be consistent. And this is only just providing medals for everyone, which is it's, I think that part's fine, but yeah, there will be other moments that will need more attention to movement. And there we go, then we're back onto this planet, and I thought I made a setting outside of this one, but if so, I think I'll still save it. Or did I scrap it in the end, actually? I'm not sure, but regardless, this is definitely like another cove, like a lava themed one, which is rather cool. And then, oh yes, because this might be another cutscene as well, or you might see it in the final version where this character, it's Zekron, who has been given a redesign. You might have seen him in the storybooks, and he did look too his design looked too similar to another character I came up with. Pod's creator essentially, but I'm scrapping that idea. So Ekron essentially has this design now. It's similar because of the horn and the nose, but it's given a better colour scheme, and I like the tail to him as well, and make sure that the coat is slightly different compared to Pasmos's. But yeah, regardless, there's some cove, and then he's just simply like one of the henchmen. And so he's about to communicate that the Orpheans no more, which you can see from those speech bubbles. And like water, you can see how the lava isn't animated, and well, can't really because of the character animation. And so this angers someone, like throws a rock across, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And there he is, the man himself, or the alien himself. It's Simonful. And that's his new design. And because you would have seen snippets of him in the previous films, but I wanted to give him a bit more of a design, you know, like the elbow and knee pads, and then he's already wearing the amulet. And this is essentially his table, which has yeah, because Ekron would have one of these seats too, you know, who you saw earlier, but there's also other villains like yet to come. But this is just like a hint that, you know, this is the big bad guy. And even when he gets defeated, the story will still be ongoing. So yeah. And whilst the table could have been like better designed, you know, make more of a triangle look to create like a you know, like more of a 3D effect, because it just looks like a bird eye shot. Unless Seinfeld's lying down, you know, like his chair is lying down. But yeah, even if it's zooming out a bit too much, which I think I'd attempt to improve, it's you know, with those eyes alone and the way he just like turns around, I think that just gives you an idea that, oh, you know, there's others yet to come. And I guess if any of you recognise Ironfall from the reboot, well, you know, well, from the previous version of the story, there you go. His silhouette is on the table, and yeah, so yeah, we'll conclude the lot now. We've covered every single scene in this story, and yeah, I think it is a rather good start. You can see how this 8-bit approach definitely works when, you know, things don't stop moving and they have to be nice and quick. And then a lot of the action scenes I still really enjoy and like, and even these bits I really like rewatching every now and again. I've never really had that with my creations before, but I just really enjoy them here because, you know, that's just like the fun of it. They're just so snappy and so quick. You can just like rewatch to capture like other details in that, and that's definitely like part of the fun. And in the end, all the character designs are still really like, and whilst some have maintained some designs, the others have gone through different makeovers, especially in Pod as well. He's gone for a character design to make himself a bit more like an orca, and had a bit more detail to his suit, which I still really like. And so yeah, and I think I'll be able to talk about this better once I've had the visual on screen. Let me just come back a bit. Sorry, no sound. Thank you. But yeah, so regardless of the quality of the story and the animation, this is definitely proof that this format I've created still really works, because I've seen like and a lot of just maybe like this it's like shrunk down format. You just like eventually consume a lot, but by having an animation that's already adapted for like phone screen, that's where you know, it can appeal to those who prefer this, you know, kind of content. And yeah, because even right now, when you like this format, it still works like well enough because it's still like in the frame. And yeah, I'm watching this big screen here. It is yeah, a lot of fun to watch. And so yeah, it's a, you know, like I said, an animation format that does work. Yeah, as for the story, it's So, as it is called New Clan, it is just simply like introducing the team, because compared to the original storybook slash novel version, there's a lot more because the team was already there fighting off aliens beforehand, and then ultimately spawned, and then servicemen were battling on Earth, and then they meeting completely on Earth was already a presence. And then come to the Arctic, get to the mountains, retrieve the life force, and then have the base, notify Androids, and then there's a and then also the mountain. So there's definitely a load of traits, like little tidbits of that story which you can see in this one. Such as assessment, which got some calls from the Earth, and even if this is delayed, all the servicemen are around the Earth prepared, which I've seen some of the shots of they're being all around the world. And then the mountain over is just effectively counted on there, sort of galactic and more original ideas, even like was like the just having to sort out another problem with that too is like similar on the surface to the original story, but it's just a lot of the context and visuals being destroyed. Because the original was trying to destroy a tank which was not being able to work, but in this case it's Dios getting a couple of forces away, so they can all make it into Earth in time, and therefore that battle they managed to overcome. And I just want to speak for too long, guys, my voice is hurting a bit. And then in attacking the base of the engineer, that was roughly an idea that they were going to, and the whole wasn't something there was a single loop already added to the game, because loop was never like part of the main story at all. It was only in the sequel, but I just remember thinking that there was something about a number of you could rank the chips, but I just remember thinking of having to go with a bigger team, so that's why I thought it would be perfect, because you have Zami with the electricity, you can guide the vehicle, it has the power, the electricity power which can aim onto some picture normally just fall. Nicole is the one who leads the team, and it has some orders and a good amount of tools which she can use to manage the fight, because she may not be an alien like the others, but she does despite the human surroundings around her. And then once the who we pretty much follow through, and he's like definitely the most independent. See question where they get away, and then he probably had the most resistance against the servicemen when he was getting caught. Because I think the base would have been collecting his aliens just to contain him as a away instead of released. And then because Pod has been encouraged to tag along, or at least forced to tag along, but you can see how he was like singular from time to time, when he was fighting the camos on his own, and then he eventually was saved by the others, and also when he found out about the life force thing, he definitely demoted himself, because it's so they were the ones who had the life force all along, so this because he probably doesn't even know what Earth is, because he does have oracles which shows him being brought down by and so Earth is still, I imagine he's still going to figure out especially when he probably doesn't know where the transmission is. And as for the cameras, I'm kind of staring into space as well. It's the same conclusion, so a lot of things visuals and painting was go along. So yeah, there's enough singular odd moments to make it like Nicole and a couple of especially the scene. And yeah, I do like how well. Oh yeah, because I mentioned how Zevi he's almost face multiple at once, or at least always have a very wide margin. But Ori is definitely more of the long range type, which you can see with many scenes. Pod is essentially the tank, and he's probably the most powerful one of the six with the abilities and strength. Yeah, like a whole variation of even the fire and sports with all powers would enable him to counter those scenarios. Yeah, definitely the powerful one. And Haphazard is, I would say, he's like the usual up close fighting with the blades, and his attacks are totally short range, especially the astral projections. But he can be, like I said, just the most effective face-to-face gunfighter. And then Donald is, I would say, just a quick one. There's every instances of it and also very adaptable to those situations as well. And like with the climbing and the jumping, I think she's like probably the main option of this jump. I feel like pod jump was but yeah, we got essentially he's almost like a tank also, but he's the shapeshifter, which makes him like a very worthwhile addition to this team. Definitely stands out, and I think he's quite really slow moving. He moved his body around to defence and so he seems to be that kind of opponent. So yeah, it's just that I really like as well. And I guess if added he's the only one who can fly. He's definitely more powerful than Pod, definitely stronger, and that definitely could withstand way more damage. But it makes him stand out as well, and he can essentially be like eyes from the sky. The way he can still shoot as he flies, he's that rhymes, apologies. Probably also the most explosive as well. Nicole does have one really, like a real grenade launcher, but Dylan is like a vehicle compared to Nicole. And and I like how the is used, but at the same time, most people would like to have Nicole could be riding her own spaceship perhaps. I think that I'll allow it. I'll to drive a ship. Just don't have fun with it, because also when it got too many abilities that it's supposed to. Who else to conclude? Servicemen, they just start the security for Earth. We didn't really see any residents other than those at the hospital, but you can infer it as the servicemen and on the Legion by extent, like these attacks were self-contained, like people, which is nice and safe. It definitely shows everyone being they're very good at their job. And then you do get like a couple of settings, where the base is like a couple of Earth areas, even the Arctic as well. So as well as the base and the Arctic, a couple of other areas. Different hospital we'll see for ages. We should just go to establish these settings and see how they go along. And you can also see how the likes of the servicemen at their disposal, which makes it very adaptable. And then we do see some aliens, green apes and those who do have like a handful of abilities, but it is quite cool to showcase various other life forms. And yeah, the niche bots definitely like and unfortunately their abilities aren't really showcased that well, and I suppose the smaller bodies can sometimes maybe they aren't just the type to send down on fold, and then they just simply have the gun, which here is fair enough, and maybe I could do like some more reading material which showcases how they all did have their abilities, but I might need to be careful not to do records, so I think I'll leave that just the transforming between like their own miniature escape pods and the unfolding which is seen, and the laser guns they have. So yeah, I still really like the design there. I still feel like a lot of the colour scheme is rather good and varied, and there's also a difference between one of their planets as well, because the moon in the very time, if not ever, probably I'm very excited to explore way more of, because I think it might be the primary setting for the whole of different ones, because whilst sort of make my own way, that's one of the acknowledge all the real world history, the alien weapons definitely do, because not gonna lie, I find politics, economics, and other like type of like systems, even like many types of form technology and what computers can do, it's just so much at a point where I just can't really handle it, and even I found myself like getting overwhelmed with digital haphazard stories, because I was just like, oh gosh, like because of all this technology and economics is this, like how do I do all of that, and trying to do that as well, it was just but like I said, by making the aliens like more sociable, if they fetch the resources and like the battle getting into fighting negotiating types. So we're going to say something else. Oh god, what was I going to say to round up my point? And I guess over time, the aliens in advance actually start coming up with all the systems, but I think I was still it's really neat in the Earth world, I guess you could say. So we get like a teaser for what these aliens are like, and it's not confirmed yet that the camos ultimately the intro and that they just only ride on balloons and normal things, but that's another thing, yeah. So they also use animals to travel on space. So normally and there might be more as well, so we'll see more. Yeah, just settings yet to come. It'll be like they're exciting. And then I guess we'll look at the animation bits and bobs. So yeah, I've done a good balance between the bold and the detailed, you could say, and other than a couple of instances, they characters seem to fit in their settings okay. My biggest problem was awful mixing with the rocks because of the grey colour, but it's not like that. And yeah, like there's just other like bits and bobs which just all do, such as swapping positions consistently, how characters move, and as to change in poses, when big like explosions, or when the surfaces crack, that kind of interaction, which is cool. And then other like not to mention like effects just like this one here for like it's like here, like this is bits, which is almost like a special effect. But I think the transformation ones are my favourite, which you just see like Orphean, Gloop, and they all morph like shape shift in all sorts of different ways. It's it's just extremely satisfying to watch. I really enjoy things like that. And just like really cool things as well. I think help some of these moments. You know, you can tell where moments actually climax, especially when they go out to the cells and then Young comes about and then the tension is like maintained. Not tension, but like the thrill of the fight is continued. And even Young being let go, there's retro training of exactly what the end is also starts like painting of like history and then growth is involved with spot my own ideas. So yeah, just get to a lot of fun. Yeah, because I try and plan things when I'm not too I should do make sure this one like remains consistent and enjoyable as it goes on. Probably spotting well yeah, there's loads of like well, I think whatever gaps exist thanks to subsequent films, and I guess there's similar continuity errors like objects missing on previous films when things speak about those like this, but I'll definitely keep an eye on that. So as for the story itself is like rather simple, but sort of like it's definitely like good over evil and aliens encountering Earth. And yeah, I'm like, you know, that Nicole scene in the hospital, I want to say that it's definitely the moment that it gets me the most. It just shows that there's just another type of emotion that exists within the story, and I'll definitely be giving characters a lot of their own like responsibilities for them to overcome. I do have plenty of ideas, but you're just seeing the concept just definitely taste, because I think this is what this film is. Despite not being complex, it's still like extremely good teaser. You know how information is communicated, how it's a lot of action and what the action is like, and then how the events like go quickly and how varied everything is. It's just it's just definitely like it's just extremely endearing and fun to watch. And because now I found something definitely worthwhile when going to the stories I want to tell. This is definitely a format, because like 2D is a lot of fun to do, 3D is because well, I'm unfortunately like to 3D, but I think I would still wonder how to do that. I suppose the 80s animation, I guess I could have continued with something like that, but I think it would just look kind of just extremely not like animation, but sometimes when they look lower quality, it's like part of the charm, especially when it's comedic. I wouldn't really know how to do that seriously, but I think thanks to this pixelated look, it just keeps everything the same. It's definitely important with universal sprite, not too much quality though, because it's definitely handling your handful of abilities that one has, and there's something that always keeps them together, and also nothing too yeah, that means no mind control, hallucinations, illusions, no mind control, but I did once think of a multiverse idea to include this lot with the exertion of the characters. Still have the models, and of course they're easy to recreate. That's part of what makes this art form extremely handy to grasp. But yeah, I think that will definitely be quite careful with, especially as time goes on. But certain other pieces of media, I'll definitely make sure that the whole stuff is just like nicely controlled, and how it defines. It's just definitely going to be like a one-way street. So many confusing explanations. But we'll get them when we get there. But first, we'll just continue to that kind of stories I want to first. But yeah, I think I'll stop there. It's just just a couple of like story and animation based things that would have made this a bit better. But like, it's just extremely good stuff. Just it's just like one of the best decisions I've ever made. Just when I can constantly revisit, when I can constantly keep adding, when I can constantly keep working on, and it's just been received like extremely well by both my predecessors and so many others, as far as I can see. It's just extremely good. Like Kirby, but it's just so good. I think so anyway. So yeah, we'll start right there. Hope you enjoy it, and if you're interested, let me know of I guess I'll let you suggest thoughts about, like, for instance, when you've introduced the president, you could fix bonding, and it's just I always think, how can I expand on it? And yeah, that's just the fun of starting from a seed and making it into an extremely versatile plant. Essentially, this is what is arthurvost in a nutshell. Because right here is the seed. It's a tree, essentially. Which is ironic considering what happens to Orpheum, but so I'll start like that. Because we have one for this long.